if I am a Catholic, right? And you cannot have the Holy Spirit, and you can and under Catholicism, a person who became a
You're
pope can
saying that
establish
you're saying that
doctrine.
these people who were not trustworthy and not filled with the Holy Spirit compiled the Bible that you believe in, and yet you believe that it is not corrupt where these people are corrupt. It doesn't follow. And I don't really, again, I don't want to get in a deep
That's not what I
theological discussion
said.
about this. I actually just came
So
up.
I'm going to say it
Okay.
again. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to try again. So the people who compiled the scripture, I believe that God used people who had the Holy Spirit. I didn't say no Catholic ever has the Holy Spirit. Okay? That's not what I said. I said God used men who had the Holy Spirit to compile scripture. Okay? Time passes. Those men are dead. New men come along that are claim to be Catholic. They show no fruits of the Holy Spirit, and they make, new traditions and new laws and new this and that. And they come along and they're given the authority by the church to do that. And then you end up having atrocities occurring in the church. Okay? And my point is that just because God found somebody who had a certain label, who had the Holy Spirit to compile his scripture, doesn't mean that everybody who takes on that label from that moment on has the Holy Spirit and is the only, and that they're the only way to God. You're assigning the value to the label
Oh,
rather than
shit.
the power behind the label, which is God. And the person who's taking
Okay.
on the
Well,
name of
I'll,
God
I'll
should show
concede the point
fruit.
just because it's a useless thing to argue over at 1 o'clock in the morning. And it wasn't when I came up here anyway. It doesn't logically follow that if you believe that at some point the church was corrupt and they were the ones compiling the Bible, that it couldn't possibly be corrupted. So therefore, in my opinion, in my observation, and my belief system, I believe that the Bible was compiled by people who were not corrupt, despite the fact that
I
corruption
agree.
goes around.
I've agreed with that every time it's been said. I agree. I agree that
Yes, but your
people who
premise
compiled the
doesn't.
Bible were not
Your
corrupt.
logic fails, but that's okay. It's fine.
It
It's
doesn't
hard to have
fail
logic.
because
It's hard to have logic at
people who
this point in time,
compiled
and especially when
just
you're
listen,
really angry. I mean,
people who
Mm,
compiled the Bible cannot be corrupt, but then the people that come later can
biased
be
space.
corrupt and the church can be corrupt past that
Oh,
point.
shit.
I'm not saying that the people who compiled the Bible were
It's
corrupt.
broken
I'm
again.
saying that the church became corrupt. We can literally see in history how it became corrupt. Okay?
sure.
It's I'm not saying that the people who compiled the Bible were corrupt.
Okay.
They were not
Okay.
corrupt.
Fine. So I actually know Andrew pretty well. He's a. I would say we're friends. We talk fairly often. I don't think that you're giving him credit at all for much beyond what you perceive that he said to you, and you didn't like the way he said it. I didn't watch any of it, to be honest with you. I'm just going to be really honest, bluntly honest. I was doing my own show while you were on with them, and I just didn't. I'm only here as more of a character witness because you've said some really unkind things about someone that you don't know, and they hurt your feelings, and so it seems like you're lashing out. Maybe you're not. I don't know.
No, yeah,
But
she is.
but let me tell you, Andrew had no reason to help me in my pursuit, and he has done so at every turn without asking for a single thing from me. Um, he is not the person you were describing him as, and it's really wrong of you, as any sort of Christian at all, to say the things that you've said tonight. Um, there's absolutely nothing correct about what you
Damn
said,
good.
and it's okay for Christians to use harsh language. I use harsh language all the time. It's okay for
That's going
Christians
to put me
to
on.
speak bluntly. I believe that that's one of the things that Christians should do more of. And I find that most Christians are lukewarm
Well,
and milk toast, and we don't need to be that way. We are warriors, not sheep, and we should always be that way.
why is he being
Um,
nice?
Again, I didn't watch.
So
I
can
didn't
I,
actually
before you
watch
go
it, so
too
I
long,
can't really
hold on,
comment on the specific exchanges.
hold
But
on. hold on. I want to answer. I want to answer what you said before you continue,
Mm-hmm.
because otherwise I forget
Sure.
what you said in
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
beginning, and it doesn't ever get addressed.
Yeah,
So
I like discourse. So.
about him doing kind things for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that he's done kind things for people. I mean, I think him, establishing his family in the way that he did was leaps and bounds above other men, because a lot of men won't marry a woman with children. And I am not disparaging Rachel, because I had children when my husband married me. So I don't take that as a disparagement of her.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I agree that men are capable of doing kind things, but that doesn't mean that they're correct in everything they do.
Well,
Like
okay,
I'm
that's
sure you could
fine. Are
find,
you correct in everything?
hold on, I'm not done, please.
Okay.
I'm sure you could find 10 or 12 people that, or more, that would tell you that I've done really kind things for them and helped them in certain ways and things like that.
Like
And you
singing?
guys don't know me. And he was awful to me. Like
How? I'm sorry.
Well,
he
you were
Again, I
literally,
didn't watch it. How
and
was he awful?
I know you, well, the debate with him happened 2 weeks ago,
Okay, I
but,
didn't see it.
it's like all I did was I disagreed with his statement about the apocalypse. And when he was like, well, you're dumb because is not an ought, and I was like, I understand that, but you're ignoring the implication. I said, and you didn't give context, so you gave the inference to people who are
Chime.
reading your tweet that it's okay, or that it's a Christian value to leave your wife behind, in an emergent situation. And then he went on to make some other darker jokes. And I
Where's your
understand
laptop?
that,
I'm done.
oh, it's just jokes, so we're allowed to joke. And I agree with you that Christians should be blunt. I do, because I'm very blunt. And I'm
Well,
often
I mean,
accused of
you say you're
atheists.
blunt, but
You got total
you're
context
saying
window.
this. Andrew's online now. I know he is somewhere. You could simply say, "Hey, Andrew, I'd really like to talk to you about this because I'm really pissed off about this."
Well, no, because he blocked
Oh, he
me.
did?
So I can't.
I doubt that
Yeah.
seriously. Andrew doesn't block people.
No, he
Do
does.
you want to see a screenshot?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
He actually does.
He definitely
But who
blocked me.
cares?
Let's see.
What is wrong with my NVIDIA tonight? Sorry, guys.
So you can keep talking while I'm looking for the
Oh, I'm
screenshot.
sorry. I was being polite.
No,
I
you're fine.
apologize.
There you go.
All right, it's in the comments of the whole space if you want to see it. But
I
so
don't
what
normally.
I also wanted to say though,
Again, I didn't. First of all, I don't normally troll Twitter. It's just I'm old, so it doesn't matter.
Cred.
The
Bred, mute your phone.
well, sorry, I lost my train of thought.
no,
I've been
it's
on
okay.
screen for a long time today. So let me kind of go back again. Andrew mirrors energy. Do you understand that terminology?
Can you repeat it? I'm not sure
Andrew
I understood the
mirrors
word.
it. Andrew will mirror the energy
Phone,
that's
bro.
projected at him. If you are being rude or excited or emotional, he will just mirror that back to you. It's a debating technique that is useful because when you're debating someone and they go hyperbolic or they start ramping up emotion, a lot of times that's just a technique to drive home their point, make their point seem more valid than yours. And so he will match that in an effort to, in essence, actually kind of push the situation back down to a normal level, because once someone sees that the energy is being matched and that they're not going to just be able to talk over you or yell at you or whatever, everything just calms back down. It is a legitimate debating technique, and I believe that Tim said that he was a blood sport debater, and he could probably confirm that as well.
So that may or may not be true, but it's like they're you guys talk about this in a very cold, detached kind of
We're
way. Like
men.
these aren't people. Like, well, I understand that, but this is the problem though. Like, there's plenty of
Come
men who
on.
can have
Put me on.
conversations without, using this kind of rhetoric and this kind of condescension. I mean, I've
Can you give me?
talked.
The tone. Oh, shit. I just left.
I did a debate with him, and from the outset, when I messaged him about it, I said, I just want to have a discussion about male and female biblical roles. I don't want it to be like a debate where we're trying to go against each other. I'm like, I want to try to come to an understanding, because I believe he has a huge platform, and I think that he's harming himself in the way that he presents himself. He's harming his own witness. And it's like, I've been trying in multiple ways to say this, and he's got such
well, he's not
a
going to believe you
cushion.
because he's brought multiple people to Christ. I mean, he literally turned people's lives around. He's not going to believe your
Okay.
position. He's not going to. Why would he believe?
Well, just first of all, he's brought nobody to Christ. Only Christ brings people to
How
Christ.
would you know
Like,
that?
we don't
Okay,
save
that's
people.
fine. You can. I
We
mean,
share the gospel.
if that terminology annoys you, I can say that he's brought people into the church who have come to Christ. It's a matter of semantics, but that's fine.
Well, no, some people
and I
just
know
do
that.
that,
Okay, but
bro.
can I finish?
Like,
Because I didn't
tend
get
to
to
do that
finish my
too.
Okay,
point.
go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue.
So I had a debate with him, and
No, that's
I
good.
said so I told him I wanted to come to an agreement, and I didn't want to have like a debate type format. I
I'm
wanted it to be
waiting to
more of a
get
discussion,
on.
and I clarified that
That
in
bitch is a.
the DM that I sent him, and he agreed. And so we get there.
She's just
He
mad.
wants to bring up the fact that honestly, it seemed like he was so upset that I disagreed with his tweet about, the apocalypse, which again, he admits
he
that
wouldn't be
he
mad
says
over
it to be
this. Shut the
controversial,
fuck
and then he
up.
acts like the people who take it as controversial are stupid. And he told me as such many times.
Okay.
It came to the
Yeah,
point where I
because
said,
you're
look,
stupid.
I was like, look, I don't think we need to insult each other here. I was like, I'm not insulting you.
But you
I would
talk shit about
appreciate it if
Rachel
you would stop
online and act
insulting me.
like you're
And what
the
he told me
victim.
was,
Oh,
suck it up.
please.
This is how I talk. And he continued. He called me an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
He went on later to ask me my body count. He said I was stupid. He said that he was glad that I'm
Want your
against him
body
because that means
count.
he's doing something right, because I'm such a terrible, awful person, and I'm never
Because
going to
you
bring
are.
anyone to Christ. He was on a roll. Like,
About Rachel online and
I am a fellow sister in Christ. I'm not a feminist. I'm not pro-abortion. I'm not pro-porn. I'm not anti-man. Like, there's no reason to talk to me that way. There's no reason to be that way. And it's like, there's no reason to bite the people on your own team who are just trying to clarify things for the sake of having a cohesive message that we're delivering when we're trying to follow the Great Commission, right? And it's like, there's no reason to be dirty or awful to each other. Yet it seems like just because I disagreed with him, he's painted me with this brush of like, this is a terrible person. And it's like,
No, you did it on
I'm
your own.
Doubt that he
sorry,
believes you. That you're a
but
terrible person. I could ask him, but I doubt he.
Oh, I think you are.
he told me he did. He told me in the space. And it's like, I see, and it's like, he might be nice and kind, but that's not the clips that get cut out of him. Like, and to be honest, like, a Christian, when they're speaking to other people, like, you should be able to clip a Christian anywhere in a conversation, and it should never come out looking bad. I understand that it's
That's
easy
called
to manipulate, like, if you want to
love.
like cut words out and things like
Mhm.
that. But if you clip like a 5-minute clip
crap.
of someone talking, it should never be like kind of horrifying. And some of the things he says are like very secular, very horrifying. They're not of the Holy Spirit. Like, they're not.
Well, hold on. Let me.
Christ-like.
Can I just say a couple of things really quick, because I don't want to lose my place either.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
So here's the thing, and look, I don't know. I've never heard of you before tonight, so don't take this the wrong way. I'm sure you're perfectly famous. I just don't.
I don't think I'm famous.
But this is what happens when women come into men's spaces and talk, and it's kind of on Andrew a little bit.
Andrew is
because
listening.
he knows this, and that's
share my
fine,
screen.
because men talk this way. This is the way we talk. It's who we are, and any man that says that dumbs it down is, not doing the right thing.
So not saying idiot and stupid is
I call
dumbing
people
something
idiot
down.
and stupid all the time, and with love and in the best possible meaning, because they need to hear it.
People you don't know very well?
I would call anyone that needed to hear it stupid. I'm gonna and I would. I'm just saying that's a difference between a man and a woman. A woman doesn't think that way. A man does. I'm sorry if we're different. I apologize. I make no apologies for being different.
But
I
see,
do apologize.
this is the thing. Anyone who needs to hear it. So you can unilaterally decide who needs to be insulted, but I can't decide who needs to be. Do you see how there's
Why
this
can't nobody's
huge double standard
I called
here?
you out for? Have I called you out for tone policing? Have I done that?
No, what I'm saying is I've been told all night that I have no right to correct Andrew. But it's like there's this whole double standard where it's like,
Well, I can't see that.
you
I
guys and
what other
him
people
preaching
say.
as a
I can
woman.
only be responsible for the words that come out of my own mouth.
right, but I'm pointing at an inconsistency here. Because like part of the problem here is you guys don't like that I'm calling out his behavior, but then you guys very like blatantly say, well, yeah, I call people's behavior out and I don't pull punches like that. I just say whoever needs. So it's like you use your
I don't.
opinions to decide
No, no,
when
no.
it's time to call people's behavior out, but you don't
I
let
can't
me
speak
do
for
it.
anyone else. My issue with you saying what you're saying right now is that Andrew is online and available, and if you wanted to have this
literally in your
conversation and
space.
say,
He's
"Hey,
in
Andrew,
our space.
why were you such an asshole to me?" You could do
Because
that.
you deserved it. That's why.
But he blocked me and I showed you that.
I don't
No,
think
he's
you're wrong.
literally
I would
in your
like to say,
space.
pardon me just for interjecting, Andrew's here right now.
Yeah.
He actually would like to jump on and speak. I just want to point that out.
Do it. Do it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, brother.
So, and just, I just don't understand. I mean, I guess I just don't understand. I will tell you also that Andrew and I.
Well,
Grab
I
your
mean, I'm here
popcorn.
now, Grid.
Oh, Andrew, cool.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I didn't
Yeah,
see-
so autocorrect. I was wondering if we could just go through a massive series of your incorrigible and incredible lies, like
Yeah.
just incredible lies. Do you
Tell
mind
her.
doing that real quick with me?
Tell her. Yeah.
Andrew, I don't want to fight.
I am.
with you anymore.
Can we go through all of the lies that you've told tonight? Lie after lie. I have a notepad, and I'd like to go through every lie, and I'll give you timestamps for each one of these times you lied. You want to do that?
Yes, do it.
I mean, I have no way of verifying that they're lies. Or
That's
not.
why I have
Nobody does.
timestamps.
You can- I mean,
So-
it's
so-
easy to
so
call
hang on.
something lies.
We have.
No, I mean, I'm not saying.
We have
hold on.
timestamps.
I didn't say. Hold on. I didn't say that people couldn't verify that I said it. I said people can't verify whether they're lies or not.
Yeah, well, let's just start with some of the lies from tonight. When you said Rachel rage quit, that was a lie, correct? No, you cheated. You cheated in the debate. You literally cheated. You were called out for cheating. Bad faith cheater. And she had an agreement with the moderator. I have the screenshots here. You agreed to those terms and you cheated.
I wasn't in that conversation.
Nope, he sent you
I
a
have the
separate. He
screenshot.
sent you separate instructions. Told you it was just going to be the three of you.
Talk instead of talking over her, man. Let her talk.
Shut up, douchebag. Shut up, white knight. Shut your fucking mouth.
Yeah, well, come make me, buddy. Come on.
Or what? What are you going to do? You're not going to do anything.
Come on,
dude.
come
Let's
make me.
go.
She's not going
Stop
to
it.
stop simping.
She's, well, I don't know, bro.
Yeah,
She's talking to me. All she does is talk about me, bro.
Pretty
Sorry.
much.
All she does all day long is talk about Andrew Wilson. Stop crying, dude.
All day.
Don't be
Stop crying,
rude,
bro.
man. Respond.
Stop crying, bro. Stop crying. What, you got a
you're
white knight?
whining in the last time.
Oh,
You've been
why are you
whining
white
for
knighting,
too
bro?
long.
Why are you white knighting? What is it? It's going to be Andrew versus 5? Your princess can't take care of herself, white knight?
Oh my God! Look at you. You're such a
You're-
whiny baby. All you guys are
Your
whining
princess,
for
your
2
princess,
hours.
your princess,
Right? Do
your
it.
princess can't take care of herself, bro?
Oh, you're hurting my feelings. Shut up, dude.
Or what?
Any debate should be scriptural.
Oh, these are.
We should only
Wait,
be
wait.
scripture,
Where's the
scriptural,
where's
scriptural
the Holy
debate.
Spirit? Where's all this Holy Spirit I'm supposed to hear about? You guys are supposed to be so
Oh,
great.
no,
and
that's mockery.
so
What's up with
passive.
that, huh? What's
You're
all with
supposed to be
mockery?
passive.
Facts. Oh, come on.
All right. So, you know, your wife said she wanted to speak to my husband, and that's why he was in the room.
Bad faith.
Because I thought she was going to ask to speak to him because that's what she said she wanted. Please, nobody speak but Andrew. We're just talking, the two of us. I'm not trying to pile on either way. But I have the screenshot of her saying, I'm going to speak to your husband. So he was in the room tonight. That's not cheating. Okay? He's not some wealth of knowledge that I can draw off of to win a debate against Rachel. Plus, there's no prize at the end.
Why
This wasn't
did
a
you
game.
mute
This
my
was
mic?
supposed to be.
Wait, I've never muted your mic. Why did you just mute my mic?
Because everybody was talking
Then
over
you
everyone else
mute
and
their
insulting each
mics. You
other.
mute their mics, not my mic. I'm here to talk to you.
I hit mute everyone, and then I unmuted it immediately
Yeah,
before I
great.
even
So,
started
so
talking.
real quick, okay, whatever agreement you made or you talked about before the agreement of the debate is void. That's it.
What was the first thing I wrote to your wife?
Who cares? Whatever you had before the agreement of the
The first
debate is
thing I'll
irrelevant.
tell you,
It's not
the
relevant.
first thing I wrote to your wife was, my husband's willing to talk to you. That was the first words out of my mouth to her.
So what?
Because that's what she said
And
she
what was the
wanted.
agreement for the debate?
We didn't come to a mutual agreement.
No, you had a
I even
moderator.
asked-
The moderator literally said three
Well, and I'm
people.
about to tell you, it wasn't communicated clearly, because I said to him, does she still want to talk to my husband? And he's like, I don't know. I just told her there would be 3 mics. And I was like, okay, whatever that means. I had no intention of bringing it up unless she did. And my husband said something in the background, rather than her dismiss it as background
Don
noise.
Walker, that's good,
She
by the
brought
way.
him up and asked him questions, and then he responded to her.
Yeah. Okay.
But I didn't bring him in.
Let's start.
As like
Let's start with this lie,
so
right?
annoying.
It wasn't even my idea
Earlier,
to bring him in.
earlier, you made the claim. No. He wasn't trying to do that. We were just whispering to each other. Now suddenly it's no. I brought him in because Rachel had said in a previous conversation she wanted to talk to him. So which lie is it?
There's no lie on either side.
Oh,
he was in the
I see.
room because I knew that she might ask to talk to him, but he's in here playing video games. He wasn't in here for the
Really? Because I
purpose
thought you
of
said he was taking care of the
helping me with
kids.
debate.
You said he was taking care of the kids first. Then you said it was
The kids
video
are here
games.
too.
Oh, so he's taking care of the kids while he was playing
When
the
did
video
I say
games?
he was taking care of the kids?
That was in the
Yes,
earlier
he
part
could
of
do
the
both.
conversation.
Pretty much.
That was
There's a pause
yeah.
button.
So this was near the end of the debate. When the moderator was there, you said no. He's taking care of the kids, so he was in the room. Then you said no, he's playing video games. He's in the room. You can't seem to get your lies straight. But
This has been
even though the
we've been doing
moderator
this-
himself,
no, Andrew, we've been doing this for hours,
himself,
and he played video games and he took care of the kids. He wasn't
okay.
doing one thing the whole
Well, the
time.
moderator himself
Yeah,
claimed you
okay.
cheated. The moderator himself claimed you cheated. And by the way,
He's free to think
you said that moderator was, quote, brutally unbiased.
No, I said infuriatingly fair.
Perfect. So you considered this guy who you wanted to come on. He was your recommendation for the moderator.
He actually didn't say the word cheated. He even had said that. He's like, I didn't.
Oh, shit. Shit. Shit, sorry. Cope stream. I was there, I heard it. Can you guys hear it? Sorry, hold on. Okay.
Okay, so then what's the point of you saying that? So if there's some ugly women out there,
My God.
they do have a danger
Do
of
dogs
potentially getting
get raped?
Yes.
Okay, and do dogs get raped sometimes by women?
I'm sure
Then
they
we
do.
should raise fucking or we should pretend that women are just out here raping the dogs or what?
They're eating them.
That's not what you
Yeah,
said.
that is what I said. What I said is that there's tons of ugly women. There's tons of ugly women out here pretending that there's a bunch of men in the shadows waiting to rape them. That's what the tweet's about. And you know that's what the tweet's about.
I'm
and you're
recording
lying through
it,
your
so
fucking
you'll
teeth
hear it after.
when you pretend that that's not what it's about.
it's appropriate for ugly women to also have fear of rape. That doesn't mean that it's
Okay,
like
yeah, you're right.
funny
Then
to
it's
make fun of their
appropriate, and it's
looks,
appropriate
or
then
that
for
it's,
us to be afraid to give our dogs to women because they might get raped. Does that
what?
follow?
No.
It follows that what you said gives feminists
Yeah.
ammunition
Good.
to look at Christians like we're everything
Yeah, we
that
are.
they claim
We
we
are.
are that we're
Yeah,
not.
no, they're right. We are. We're diametrically opposed to them.
So
They have a system of evil. We are
Hold
there
on.
to oppose it. We do embrace the patriarchy. We are everything that they hate. What are you talking about?
Does God want to save them, or does he hate
Yeah,
them along
they
with
have an
you?
evil ideology. Their salvation,
Does God want to
sure,
save
what does that
them?
have to do with anything? They should see
Okay,
us. They should see Christianity
so
as the
when you're
enemy of their ideology.
reinforcing,
They should see
when
Christianity.
you're re
Stop, stop,
when
stop,
you're
stop. I'm almost
reinforcing,
done.
no,
Almost
because you're
done.
not
Almost
stopping. You
done.
don't let me finish
I'm
the
almost
sentence.
done. They're well, you've been sitting here talking shit for like 7 hours, lady. Do you think maybe I could get a few of my grievances off my chest?
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
You weren't
Okay.
Yeah,
here.
okay, I'm here right now. 7 hours later of you and your Holy Spirit talking shit about me. Good job on that, by the way, gossip queen. So here we
Yep.
are.
Oh, because
So here we
you
are.
guys never talk shit about
Okay,
people.
okay. So if I talk shit about you, it's okay for you to do it to me, right, Christian?
Yeah, right?
Why don't you hold yourself
Answer
to
my
any
question,
standard?
Christian.
Why don't you hold yourself
You
to any
say I'm
standard,
not a
Christian?
Christian. So why should I be held to any
So are
standard?
you?
Why should I be held to any standard if you make the
Oh
claim
my
I'm
God.
not a
Well, are
Christian
you?
and you make the claim that you are? Yes. But you say I'm not. So if you
So
make
then why don't you hold yourself to any
if you
standard?
make the claim,
You hold everybody
you're
else
not
to a standard but
all you're
yourself.
doing is prattling. If you
All you're
make
doing
the
is
claim,
prattling.
if you make the claim Andrew Wilson's not a Christian, right? Then why in the world, and you say you are, and a Christian acts in A, B, C, D way, right?
My bad.
Then you saying that I don't act like a Christian and then go, why don't you act like a Christian makes no fucking sense. That makes no sense. That's actually
Because
retarded.
it actually makes perfect
How?
sense because you're
Yeah.
claiming to be
Yeah,
a
but you're
Christian.
claiming I'm not. And you claim
Right,
that,
because of your
right, but you claim
behavior.
you are.
And you
But
don't,
wait, you
It is
claim
me.
you
and
are,
you never
right?
try to alter
But you
it under any
claim that you
circumstance.
are, right?
Right here.
So
Correct.
then
Agreed.
I do,
why
yes.
so then you should be holding
That's
yourself to the
Andrew.
standard of not talking shit about me
That's
for
this
7
bitch.
hours, right?
I'm not
That's
talking
me.
That's
shit
all
about
you've
you. I'm
done
talking,
is talk shit for
no, I'm
7
talking
straight
about the
hours.
way,
I requested to
I am
speak.
talking about your ministry that you make public.
I
And
don't
I'm
have a
talking about
ministry.
how it
I
doesn't
don't have a
rhyme with the
ministry for the
Bible.
300th time.
I don't know your personal life story to be talking shit about you personally. And I've even acknowledged things that people have
You
said
call me a
nice about
lady.
you, and I'm
You
like,
just got done saying that I'm encouraging rape and that we're supposed to capitulate to feminists because we
that's
might
not what
hurt
I said.
their feelings. Oh no.
I didn't say
Oh,
you're
feminists, hang
encouraging
on. Can you
rape.
answer to this? Why wouldn't I want feminists to know that Christianity is an enemy to them? Why wouldn't I want them to know that?
Yeah,
Because
right?
they're supposed to become
Yeah,
Christians.
that's
They're not
right.
supposed
So
to.
they can't be feminists and Christians at the same time, can they, stupid?
Is this you matching energy?
Yeah, this is me
Yeah.
matching your energy.
When have I called you stupid? When do
Oh,
I
no.
make
Instead, what you do is you say Andrew's evil. He's not a Christian. He doesn't have the Holy Spirit. You bear false witness. You do way horrible things than calling me stupid, lady.
Right here.
because you do
Right,
say
right. So it's
things
fine.
that
It's
are
fine for you to
evil.
talk shit. I can't say stupid, though. Oh, that's crossing the line. Get with reality. And here's the reality. Good. I'm glad that you
Miss Goody
dumb
Two
sewing
Shoes.
circle Christians who are feminists see me as some sort of evil
I'm not a
patriarch. You are
feminist.
too.
Name one
All
feminist.
you do
Name
is
a feminist
defend.
view that I hold.
All you do is defend.
Name a
All
feminist
you
view that I
do is
hold.
defend the poor whores that I call whores. That's it.
Name a feminist view that I hold.
Okay?
All
So
of them?
you don't believe in the patriarchy. You believe in egalitarianism. Christianity,
No, I
yes, you
don't.
do. Christianity is a patristic faith, and you believe in dual submission. You're a heretic by every
No,
stretch of the
I don't
imagination.
believe that men and women are. I don't believe that men and women are equal in all.
I just said you believe in
ability or
mutual
in
submission.
Hold
You
on.
believe in mutual
Hold
submission. That's
on.
feminism.
That's not egalitarianism.
Yes, it is.
Egalitarianism means that men and women are interchangeable and
No,
women can be
no,
pastors and things
no.
like that.
No. Feminism means a rejection of the.
I fully concede that men and women have different roles and different levels of authority in certain
Good.
contexts. And that's not egalitarianism. If I concede that, then I'm by definition not an egalitarian. Are you talking? Because I can't hear you. Hello?
That was fun.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can now.
Yeah. Your entire position is that men need to submit to women's concerns. They're very
No.
concerned about everything, and so we must submit, and we must do whatever this bizarre
They won't
ass
fucking
servant
put me
leadership,
on. I
which you've already been
requested.
destroyed multiple times, refused to correct it, even though I showed you, and you
Stupid.
pointed out
She
yourself
claims to be in favor
that
of
it was
women. Look, that's
illogical
my little...
and
No,
contradictory.
here.
I've never pointed out that servant
Request
leadership
sent.
is illogical. It's perfectly
Look at
biblical.
look at 2 hours in our last debate, and you literally said the reason that it's a contradiction, Andrew, is because you're not using God logic, you're using worldly logic, which makes no
That-
sense. The stupidest thing anybody's ever heard, has nothing to do with anything.
So listen to this. Philippians 2:3. Do nothing out of selfish ambition or conceit, but in humility count
Oh,
others
shut up
more
with the Bible
significant than
thumping.
yourself.
Yeah, your Protestant cherry picking has to conform to logic,
Okay,
right?
so
Everything
but
has to
whenever-
conform.
who-
Everything has to
whoever-
conform to logic first.
Whoever would be great among you must be a servant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay?
but you
What
do
happened
you
to
realize that
women
the
shall not,
contradiction here is that when you say that the person who's the leader is the servant, that you cannot dictate how he serves. And I've told you this 400
Bible
times. It's a
dictates how you're supposed to serve.
contradiction. It's
The
a
Bible
yeah.
So your
Great.
problem is with
You're
the
not
Bible,
the
then.
dictator. You're not the dictator of what that means. The leader would be the dictator of what that means, not autocorrect 2.0.
So don't be
Autocorrect
harsh.
2.0
Don't be
is
harsh
not the
with your
dictator
wife.
of
feminist.
this.
She's
Don't be
pretty
harsh with your
anti-women
wife.
for
Is
not
that
putting me
telling her
on.
to STFU?
Okay, so we're going to try this again. I
Yeah.
just want you to see, I just want to see if this is logical or illogical. Okay, the leader's job is to serve. Can we agree that that's a logical statement? That is a logical statement. Great. Okay. If it's the leader's job to serve, only the leader can choose how to serve. Is that the only way that can be logical?
No.
Okay, well then that's where you have a contradiction.
That's not a
Can you
contradiction.
show that's literally, if you say that any other way, if you say the servant
Can I
is
explain?
also, hang on, let me finish. You're going to have to do it in a syllogism. I'm so tired of you going, well, I'm just going to cherry pick a Bible verse. Give me a logical syllogism. If you don't know what a syllogism is, give me an actual premise, starting logical premise. Leader means in charge. Servant means not in charge, to obey. If a leader must also serve, but he is the leader, only he could determine how to serve.
All right, are you ready?
Yeah, well, I want a counter argument, not cherry picking bullshit. Give me a counter argument.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
Thank you so much, OPC.
OPC Dion has just tipped
Christ
$5.
and
Protestants
man
are
are the same
base.
type in a marriage, so that man is the type of Christ, right? That's his
Protestants
role.
are based.
You agree
Yes.
to that? Okay.
Sure.
So
Are
if
you
man
Yes.
is if man is Christ in the relationship, if he
Yeah.
acts in an unbiblical way and is asking his wife to submit to him when he's being unbiblical, meaning harsh or not treating her with honor as the weaker vessel, then he
Hold up. Sorry. Ah, shit.
Make that
read-
decision.
So I
You don't get
can't
to make that
read-
choice.
I suck.
I can't read husbands don't be harsh with your wives, but love them, and I can't determine
Yeah,
if someone
it's a
cursing at
subjective
me
standard.
is
It's a
being
subjective
harsh.
standard.
So what
Yeah,
does
but
that
that's a
even mean then?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a subjective standard. Harsh
you're-
is going to be different. Hang on, stop. I'm answering your question. Harsh is going to be subjective as a standard for me. It's going to be subjective as a standard to you. It's going to be subjective as a standard to your neighbor.
That doesn't
It's going to be a subjective standard. No
But
matter what.
if you're
Can you guys
acting
hear
out
it?
of love, wouldn't what you consider harsh take into account what your wife considers harsh?
Yeah, but okay, so who's the dictate then? Who's the real leader here then?
Well, that's the point of servant leadership. It's like, just
Yeah,
because
no,
you have,
the point,
listen,
this is the
hold on,
contradiction. That's
just
a
because you
contradiction.
have, listen, just because you have authority over your wife doesn't mean
Mm-hmm.
that you disregard her in your considerations when you're deciding how to lead her. So
So one more time, this makes no sense.
if
That
she
makes no
thinks being
sense.
told to shut the F up is harsh,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and you tell her that anyway, then
Yeah.
you're obviously not in any way considering her well-being. It's like, because you're not facilitating communication, you're not building
Right. So
trust.
you're the
It's
leader.
like you're
You're the leader.
using,
So you're the
no,
leader. Well,
no,
then
that
who's the
doesn't make the
leader?
woman the leader.
Who's the leader?
It's like you
Who
can't
gets to make
understand. It's
who
like
gets
you
to make,
can't under.
because
It's
you
like
won't
you
make an
can't.
argument.
It's
It's like
like you
talking to a
can't.
toddler.
It's like you can't understand
Ugh,
that
I
being a
can't
leader.
understand toddler speak. I can't
It's like
understand
you
it.
can't. It's like you can't understand that being a leader comes with like
Mm-hmm.
responsibility.
Yeah, that's great. It does. Yeah, and
It's
you have the
not something that it's
responsibility.
not something that you lord
Yeah,
over somebody. It's not
you have the
something that you,
responsibility to make those determinations as the leader of what that is, because
and
you're the leader.
the Bible gives you an outline of how that works,
raised
and
it.
you're basically
That's not up
arguing
to
that men
you
can
to
ignore it.
determine. That's up to the patriarch to determine, not up to your
No, it's
feelings to
not.
determine. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You don't get to look at someone and say, well, according to me and my Holy Spirit, you said something too harsh. Who the fuck are you? You don't get to tell people
So you should
that.
just not
No,
care.
stop. Answer
If
my
you say
question.
something to your wife that's harsh, you should just not care.
Answer
This is your big marital
my
advice.
question. Who the fuck
This
are
is your marital
you?
advice, Andrew.
Answer my question. Who the fuck are you to tell anybody what's too harsh and what they say? Who the fuck are you to say that to anybody?
Who the fuck are you to decide it's not?
That's right. I didn't say it's not. You are.
I'm saying, like, what makes you think that you can decide that it's not harsh, even like regardless of if it is or not?
Because as I tried to explain to you, and it's so frustrating because you just don't understand logic. It's the most frustrating thing in the world.
Yep.
So I'm going to try again. The reason it's got to be up to the patriarch is because if you take two subjective metrics, there has to be a threshold breaker.
Mm-hmm.
So if the woman says you're being too harsh and the man says, I don't think I'm being harsh enough, right? Why do we defer to fucking you? Why are you the one deferred to?
Because the man is dying to himself to
Right.
sanctify his wife.
So this means you're the leader. You get to make the determination what's too harsh, not him.
Because he's the role of Christ, is he not?
The second you
So the
make an
woman's supposed to die to
interpretation,
herself?
the second you look at the Bible and you make an interpretation, you.
Okay, chat. I think I want to get bumped to speaker. I will not read the chat, okay? If you want to be heard somehow, that's going to be through super chat, okay? Alright, just for the sake of focusing.
Including your husband. Well, what if your husband has a different interpretation of what that means? And he says, no, that's not what that means. It's not that I'm too harsh. I'm not being harsh.
Just don't try to speak to me through the chat. You're wasting your time, okay?
That's the point. No, there's no such thing as common sense. It's a social construction, totally made up.
Okay.
What is, okay, well, what's common sense? What is it? Can you even give me a descriptor for what common sense is without using the word common sense? Can you tell me what common sense is?
Shit.
No, you can't. Great. So now that we've established that, right, just saying something's common sense doesn't mean anything. In fact, it's a fallacious argument. It's literally a fallacy to appeal to common sense because you're not saying anything. That's why it's fallacious. So when you look at this, if you have X interpretation, husband has X interpretation, and he has a difference in opinion of what harsh means than you do, you are supposed to defer to him, not him to you. In your view, the second you make the claim, I interpret biblical behavior to mean this, right? You are no longer submitting to your husband's authority.
But see, there's a problem because there is a tiebreaker out there, and that's God. It's like God has an idea of what harsh is.
Okay, so your husband says, but God told me different. God told, the Holy Spirit leads me different. The Holy Spirit leads me different.
But see, here's the problem. If you believe in God and you're just saying things because you want to get your way, then God's going to know that, and that's showing you have no fear of God, and that's
Yeah,
where
but you have no way. You have no way to
never really
determine
let me
that.
finish. You never let me finish my thought.
Because you have no way to determine it. It's just psychobabble.
Just
You have no way to make
It's
the
not
determination of what
it's not
God's telling your
psycho.
husband.
It's not
You,
psychobabble. It's not psychobabble that everyone's going to be accountable to God one day. The point and the reason why this is so hard for you to understand is both the man and the woman are supposed to be submitted unto Christ, and it's supposed to prevent this kind of stuff from even happening. Because the man isn't going to be worried about, well, I want to tell her and put her in her place, and like, oh, well, she thinks I'm harsh, like she's wrong. Like, that's not the type of attitude that a man who's submitted to Christ has
you
about
don't
his
get
wife.
to
And
make
what he's
those
thinking is,
determinations because it's a
what
subjective
he
standard. It's a subjective
it's
standard.
not
It's
subjective.
subjective.
The Bible is clear.
Okay, well then tell me
The
something.
Bible is
Tell me
clear.
something. What is too harsh of a treatment to give a child who steals? Does it have to be exactly 32.5 minutes in the corner? Or can we do something different than that?
Are you denying that
I
there
want
wouldn't
you to
be
give me the threshold.
any
Give me the
obviously harsh?
I asked you a question. Can you give me the threshold? Does it have to be exactly 32.5 minutes? Or can it be 30 minutes?
Because
Or is it up to the
okay, so
discretion of me, the parent?
because an exact standard of harsh isn't given doesn't mean there isn't a
No,
threshold.
but okay, what's the threshold?
I'm saying, but do you agree that the fact that you can't exactly pinpoint it doesn't mean it's not there?
I would like to know. No, well,
Like,
I'm
obviously
saying.
there is, or does God just say
So,
intentionally confusing
so
things
here's
with no
well,
meaning? Because
here's
basically you're saying the word harsh
no,
has no meaning.
no.
It just means whatever
I'm
the
saying
guide
that
says
it's
it
a
means.
subjective standard, and since this is
So you're saying
it's a subjective
you're saying
standard.
God gave us a standard that no one can understand. Therefore, He pretty much gave someone an
I
impossible
didn't say
command to
nobody
follow. Don't
can.
be harsh
I
with your wife.
didn't.
Well, what does that mean?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
does that
What does
mean,
that
God? I
mean?
mean, to me, not being harsh with her is smacking her around a little bit. I
Yeah.
mean,
What?
you can't tell me that's not harsh.
Why couldn't that mean that? Why couldn't it? Or why couldn't it
Do you see
mean?
what I'm saying? It's
Why
like
couldn't it mean?
you're actually taking the position of the enemy, picking
No,
apart the word of God.
I'm
Like,
taking
this
the
isn't.
position of reason, which is in the
It's
nature of
not
God. It's
reasonable.
reason. Listen,
It's not.
all
It's
you
not
do is
reasonable to
prattle.
say.
You just
It's
prattle. You're not
not.
even making
No, it's
arguments.
not.
You're not even making
You're just
arguments.
prattling. You're just prattling. Why
Make
do you just prattle so
an
much, Andrew?
argument. Make an argument.
Okay, I will. It's not reasonable to say that God gave a standard in the Bible that men should not be harsh with their wives,
Yeah.
and then say, but we have no way of determining what that
well,
means.
no,
So
I'm
that
asking
just,
you
so
who
hold on.
gets to determine it. That's the question. Who determines it? Who?
Because when people are working in a partnership out of love, they care what the other one thinks and how they're making
Yeah, that
them
doesn't
feel,
answer my
Andrew.
question. Who gets to determine what's too harsh? Who?
It's really not that hard. If
Then
you're in
answer
a
my question.
relationship
That
with your
shouldn't be very
wife,
hard.
I am.
Should the man
It's
or the
really
woman
not
get
that
to
hard.
determine?
If you're in a relationship and you see that you're constantly stressing your wife out, making her cry with the way that you're talking to her, you can probably surmise that you're being harsh.
Yeah, maybe you could.
Whereas if you're,
Maybe you could. But let me ask you
and
this: if he says, "I want you to obey and be quiet, stop talking," right? Who are you to tell him that's too harsh? What makes that too harsh, other than how you feel?
well, do feelings matter or not?
I mean, I suppose that they do, but I would like to know what
Do you know
makes
harsh has a
what makes
definition?
that sinful. What makes it sinful for him to say,
know-
"Be quiet"? What makes that sinful?
Listen, harsh has a definition.
Yeah.
Unpleasantly rough or jarring to the senses.
Which it's going to be completely subjective, totally subjective.
It's gonna. You're right. So for some women,
Yeah,
if you snip at them a little bit, it's not gonna
Yeah.
bother them. But other women, it's gonna break their
That's
heart.
right.
And the point is if the man is acting like Christ and he's submitted to the Holy Spirit, he's not gonna want to break his wife's heart.
You don't know.
Andrew.
First of all, when you say
I do know.
you say somebody else is submitted to the Holy Spirit, you don't get to make the determination of what that means for them either. Like, how could you know how the Holy Spirit works in somebody else?
I don't get why this is so confusing.
Because
to you.
it's such arrogance for you to say that you know how
fruits of the Holy
you know
Spirit.
how the Holy Spirit is going to move inside of somebody else and what other people ought to do when the Holy Spirit is in them. And if they tell their wife to be quiet,
Well, I'm
and
sorry
she's
you're
a
admitting
and
that you
she's
don't
a
know what
little
discernment
she's a
is.
little overly sensitive, that how dare he? How dare he? And this is the feminist nonsense that turns people away from Christianity. That's why I moved thousands of people into the church. You're going to move thousands of people out of it.
And if they don't have the Holy Spirit, they're not saved. You can loop as
You
many people
don't know.
as
You don't know
want.
what that means.
But if they don't understand,
you don't know.
if they don't even know Christ enough to be able to understand this
Yeah.
very fundamental
Okay.
concepts that you like to brush over, that they're not a big deal, like loving your wife, if they're not able to do that, Andrew, you haven't done anything.
Yeah, you don't understand basic syllogisms and can't make logical arguments. And so what ends up happening is you just prattle.
Good comeback.
You just prattle.
Guys,
so
if I
like
could
you
just
haven't you haven't said anything here. So listen.
Because I
so
feel like
so
you
let me
guys are
try.
talking past each
Yeah,
other.
no, I don't need an interjection. Thank you. So as we're going through this, I would like to just understand a couple of key concepts. Okay. If you feel like your husband is being overly harsh with you and you say something and he says, I don't care, right? Then he's being unchristlike, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Did Christ ever
And what's
not
your
care?
and what's your recourse for this?
What do
you get to do about it?
Like,
what do you get to do about that? Shake your finger at him?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No.
You get to do nothing. Exactly, nothing.
So,
and so
that doesn't make him right.
but that's the point, right? Since you can't do anything, what could you do? What can you even do about it? Honestly.
But that doesn't make him correct. Look, Andrew, for the purpose of the conversation, both people in the relationship want to submit to Christ.
Yeah, I get it. What can you do?
You're correct.
Like, what can you do about it?
Correct. You're correct that I can notice that he's not submitting to Christ. I might say something to him later, like, hey, I noticed that you seem to have this attitude. You seem upset. You don't seem to be speaking to me like the way you usually do. You know, like maybe you need to pray about it. Okay, but the idea here is that the man and the woman are Christian and they want to submit to Christ. And so the man should care whether or not he's actually following the Bible.
You're loading up terms with caring. It's not that he doesn't care. I'm saying he cares, and so he's ignoring her.
You just said he said
I'm
he doesn't
saying,
care.
yeah, he doesn't care about this. He cares about this. Meaning, I don't care about your prattle. I care about this other thing, which is more important than your prattle. So if your husband says, be quiet and obey, and dismisses your feelings and says, because that's of some greater import that I don't need to justify to you, it is not your place to question him. And that's what this servant leader submission differential is. And that's why it's false doctrine. That's why it's heretical. And that's why you're never going to convince any. And that's why, just like in the last debate, I told you, that's why last time it's 1970s doctrine. Oh, yeah, you got it. You got your doctrine from 1970. Good job.
If anyone would be first, he must be last and be the servant of all.
Yeah, you don't know what that...
What does that mean, Andrew?
Okay, so read the entirety behind what that says. Read the whole thing. Start 2 passages back.
Just say what you think it means.
No, read 2 passages back so we can have context, and you'll see what it means.
You asked me to be co-host, so shall I interrupt? Or
You
just
shall,
wait for you guys to go on?
you shall shut up and let us finish our argument.
No, I'm not going to shut up and let you finish your argument.
Wait a second. Wait a second. You're not going to be mean and nasty to me, are you?
I can be mean and nasty to you if you want me to.
It's okay. It's okay for you to be mean and nasty, right? Just not me.
No, it's not okay for anyone to be mean and nasty.
Good,
but if
good. Then just sit there until we're done with our argument. Stop talking until we're done with our argument. It's very rude for you to interrupt my perfectly good argument. Very, very rude for you to interrupt me in a perfectly good argument, lady. Go away.
Andrew, please don't act like you have any principles.
It's fine for you. It's all fine for you to mock. It's all fine for you. If somebody attacks you, it's fine to attack them back, right? It's just not okay when I do it. That's all.
No.
Shut up, lady. No. Stop talking. Shut up,
Andrew.
See? There we go.
There you go. That's the.
And now hang on. Now autocorrect. Now you understand.
Autocorrect has been very mature.
Yeah, I know. But now you understand.
An example, and you failed to show
now you understand when you get needled. You will react. Oh, you just told me to shut up all kinds of things.
You guys are going round in a circle.
You think it's fine. You think it's fine to talk shit.
She's made me co-host, okay? So autocorrect, I'm just saying, you made me co-host, so I'm saying hello. And at some point, I would like to get involved in this conversation, and I would like it not to be Andrew pretending that he has principles, because he doesn't. Is that okay? I just wanted to say I'm here. You made me co-host, and I'm here to inject some new energy into the conversation, because Andrew thinks that he has all of this. That he thinks he's winning all of this because, you know, she's a Protestant and he's Orthodox. Well, let's bring some more Orthodox people into the conversation, right?
All right. Andrew, you still there? Hello?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say you guys have been going around back and forth for ages. So is there another way we can...
So hang on. It's really funny. It's really funny. Hang on. It's my turn to talk, lady. My turn to talk, lady. So anyway, it's really funny to me that when you guys get needled, it's perfectly acceptable for you to talk shit. But if I'm getting needled in a public setting, not okay for me to do it. So what I do is I purposely. So what I did was purposely needled you. The second I did, you're still doing it. You're still doing it, right?
I'm not still doing anything.
Still doing it. Still doing it. Baiting, lady, baiting you was so easy. Baiting you was so easy. Yeah, you're doing all the things you accused me of doing. You're doing all the things you accused me of doing, and I baited you into it in seconds. In seconds.
No, you didn't bait me into anything.
I did. You're doing it right now.
I interrupted.
You're still doing it. You're still doing it right now. Still doing it right now.
Your gaslighting's not working, bro.
Oh no, I didn't need to gaslight. You were baited so easily.
Move on to the next point, because we're all bored now.
No, I don't care. You can get out of the call, you stupid brat. Get out of the call. Mind your own fucking business, brat.
Well, now we think he's Andrew Tate. Funny. Anyway, so
wait,
I'm sorry. If you guys are going to go around in the circle, would you like someone else to get involved in the conversation? Autocorrect.
No, I would like you to go fuck off while we finish our conversation, lady.
No, your conversation is going around in the circle. It's not going anywhere, and you guys have been at this for ages.
So it's going to be a 7. So it's going to be a 7-on-1. It's going to be a dog pile.
Do I represent
your princess? Your princess can't handle herself.
Who's a princess?
Your princess is scared of the big bad Andrew.
No,
she can't take it. She can't take it. She can't take it, bro.
No, Andrew. What are you? A childhood, like a playground bully, or you're a man in Christ?
Oh, well, no, I'm here. I'm literally here to bait you. Yeah, no, I'm here to bait you.
No, listen,
I'm showing you exactly what I deal with. I'm showing you exactly what I deal with every day.
Until you get bored and go away, but I don't want to do that.
So Jesus,
showing you exactly what I deal with every day.
In Mark 9:35, if anyone would be first, he must be last and be the servant of all.
Does she make you feel small,
and
Andrew?
the context to that is the disciples were talking about who was the greatest amongst them.
Yeah,
that's the context.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, so back to where we were before I was so rudely interrupted. See, look, she's still freaking out. All the things you accuse me of, you do.
Andrew, I'm not freaking out.
All the things you accuse me of, you do.
No, Andrew.
All the things you accuse me of, you're doing.
You're supposed to be the role model, and you're supposed to be the
Why am I supposed to be a role model? Why am I supposed to be a servant leader? What are you talking about?
You're the head.
I don't believe in this servant leader model. Crazy. That's you fucking freaks who believe in that crazy shit. No, that's not what Orthodox believe. They don't. They think it's a heresy. They actually think it's a heresy. Yes, they quite do. Yes, they quite do. Yes, it's the servant leader. The servant leader model is a Protestant doctrine.
No, it's not a Protestant
doctrine.
doctrine.
Yes, it is. Debated in the 1970s. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes.
I'm sorry, also about this.
Okay, that's
fine. He is wrong. He's completely
wrong. Let's get the next guy in. You're all baited. Let's do it.
Okay,
let's get everybody in here. No, we're gonna get everybody in here. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, let's get everyone in here.
Hold on. Can everyone please stop talking, please? I'm asking nicely.
Well, Andrew, I suggest that you settle down and quit being so rude to the women.
Shut up.
Oh my
stop
God.
Whining. Shut up and stop whining.
You're far away from Christ.
Shut up. Stop whining. Stop whining.
Actually, I would like to say
Shut
something.
up, shut up, shut up.
Shut up.
You start telling people to
Hey,
shut
John.
up.
Yeah, stop talking, bro. Stop talking, bro.
Why don't you just go back to the host, Andrew?
Ought to take
Everybody's
okay. Let's get all of you together. Come on, let's get all of you together. We're gonna get all of you to do the exact same thing.
Look what you're
all
doing.
of you are gonna do the same thing you accused me of doing. I'm gonna make all of you do it.
All right. Can I ask everyone to please be quiet because I want to say something, please. All right, George, you're Orthodox, right?
I am Orthodox. I'm not here to debate. I thought I was coming into a social space, and this broke out.
Okay.
I was just wondering if you could tell me if it's true that you guys don't believe in servant leadership. Is that true?
I mean, I don't think I touched on that in my catechism. I could seek an answer for you. It's not something I know off the top of my head.
Yeah, the answer is no. Just so you know, George.
Okay,
no, the Orthodox do not believe in servant leadership. No, you're not. You're not Orthodox. Whose authority? Whose priest authority are you under? What church?
Whose priest authority are you under first, and then I'll tell you.
That's public. That's public knowledge. Anybody can go look it up. Your turn. Your turn. Are you authorized to have a ministry? Are you authorized by the church to have a ministry?
I don't have a ministry.
Are you authorized by your church to have a ministry? You're authorized by your church to have a ministry?
I don't have a ministry. Do you have a ministry?
Then why are you on here ministering?
I'm not ministering.
You are ministering.
I'm talking about Orthodox.
Yeah, you are. No. You are. You're talking about your ministering, and you're giving false doctrines. You're giving heretical doctrine.
No, I'm not giving false doctrine. I haven't even said anything.
You said that the servant leader model is the Orthodox model. It is not.
So what is the servant leader model?
The servant leader model was created in the 1970s. I've already shown it. I put it in the chat multiple times. You can go look yourself.
All right, so Luke 22:26, but not so with you. Rather, let the greatest among you become as the youngest.
By the way, hang on, real quick. I'd like to ask. Hang on. I'd like to ask you a couple more questions. Are you here on behalf of Protestant women speaking heresy right now?
So, first of all, servant leadership defined by the Orthodox Church and Protestants. I am not claiming that we have the exact same beliefs. Yeah, I am here to represent Orthodoxy, not Protestantism.
No, sorry, hard no. If you have a blessing from your bishop to do that, then you can say that. What's the name of your bishop, please?
We'd like to hear it, please.
What do you mean, the blessing of my bishop?
Speak for the church. Neither do I.
So, George, when you talking conversations about Orthodoxy, are you saying I'm talking on behalf of the church, or am I talking about what I know about Orthodoxy?
Have to do with how to find the church that you should ask your priest and what my favorite kinds of food are. The idea that I'm holding myself out as a teacher of Orthodoxy is retarded.
No, I've never said I'm a teacher of
Orthodoxy. You're spreading a heresy.
No,
you're spreading a heresy.
I'm not talking about I'm not spreading a heresy.
Yes, you are. It's heretical. What you're saying right now is a heresy.
I haven't said anything.
You said that her servant leader model, the Protestant servant leader model, is correct doctrine.
No,
you said that you were here to speak for the Orthodox Church, and you're not.
I mean, I just read a Bible verse. I mean, I don't know. That seems like pretty sufficient to me.
Guys, I didn't say I'm here to speak for the church. Do not twist my words. I'm saying I am Orthodox, and I'm here to say this is what I understand it, what Orthodoxy says. I am not saying what she says, her Protestant views are Orthodox. But I know that when you, Andrew, act like a bully, which is your whole skit, that's what you do, right? You think you've won the argument because you're talking to a Protestant. So I offered myself as somebody who's Orthodox to come in and say, listen, right? You may be arguing against her and saying, hey, that's what Protestants believe and Protestants are heretical, okay, right? But if I come in and say, well, actually, the Orthodox position, as far as I understand it, is this, And it may be similar, it may be different, right? But I'm here just to support in the sense that you are trying to bully this woman, and you do this to women all the time, and you accuse them of being feminists even when they prove that they're not. That's why I'm here.
I think you, Jade.
I think you left.
Well, he
left when somebody Orthodox comes in. Oh, what a surprise.
If he left, which I'm not sure he did, but if he did, it's because we have someone who's not supposed to be ministering as an Orthodox ministering. And you brought
She's
them
an
in.
Orthodox?
I don't know why you did that. That's total bad
Because
faith.
I'm not.
That's total.
I am not ministering. What are you
trying to have a conversation?
Like, this is a public forum.
You know, autocorrect.
This is what's ridiculous. This is
doing
what's ridiculous
talking
about
over
this.
me again.
No,
I'm not being so ridiculous.
I'm not being accused of being a minister and trying to minister. That is not what's going on here, right? And George, you're being a hypocrite because you talk about orthodoxy all the time when people ask you questions and you think you know the answer. I've seen you in spaces. I've been in spaces with you, okay? And it's an absolute hilarity that Andrew is trying to say that he has permission to go around the internet bullying people, telling them to shut up, trying to represent and say that that's what orthodoxy promotes and accepts.
That's what I mean. I don't I understand there might be rules and regulations, but given the way Andrew just acted, I don't know how you can, like, with a straight face, attack this lady when it's like, if she isn't fit to even discuss church doctrine on a public space, not in church, then how can you say that Andrew is fit when he's sitting there like behaving like my 15-year-old son when he gets in trouble? Like,
right, exactly. This is what
makes no sense. Like, that's completely illogical to me. Like,
it's a big problem.
Like, you can't speak, but this guy, I mean, he's speaking for all of us. Like, what? Like,
yeah, no, this is what I'm trying to. This is why I said to you, I will come, because I joined the church, and when I first joined the church, when I started getting into Orthodoxy, and I found Andrew and Rachel. There's a whole long story about how I'm from the right wing reactionary side of things too, and I realized that that these people were being allowed to act this way online. It's seemingly so, as he says, with the blessing of his priest, to carry on that way. Like, not even just that the priest is saying, oh, Andrew's an imperfect man and sometimes he'll do this. No, like actually giving some full support, supposedly. Like, my priest, okay, in my diocese knows that I talk about things online, and I talk to him all the time and say to him, hey, you know, I come on here and I say this sometimes and I say that. I mean, in fact, I'm in conversation with 2 other priests who are in the diocese. One's in a different diocese, in fact, right? So, like, this idea that I'm not allowed to just come here and say this is what Orthodoxy believes, or at least what the doctrine says.
Oh, you're fine.
I have not claimed that I am a teacher, and for you to twist my words like that, George, is just so disingenuous. And it's not surprising, but it's disappointing. I just want people to know that Andrew and Rachel do not represent the whole of the Orthodox Church's position, right? There's something going on right now with people coming in via the right-wing reactionary space, and they are basically they're being selective about what they're promoting, okay? And this is actually something that they accuse Protestants of doing. The irony in all of it.
Andrew's back.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Is the reason I left the space, you muted the mic. I've never muted your mic in any space I've ever done with you.
I didn't mute it.
Yeah, great. It's your space, yeah?
I'm saying I
Yeah,
didn't
it's
mute
your
mic.
space though,
Somebody
right?
did. I got muted too.
Yeah, somebody
got muted too.
So,
I did.
Yeah, you did. You did.
But I didn't
You did.
mute the mic.
So let me give some refutations here. First and foremost, the Orthodox Church absolutely wants as many members who can inquire as they can possibly get. I don't know why this woman is here saying that they don't. They absolutely do. And
I never said that.
and the thing is,
I never said
is that if you're from a right wing,
Andrew,
if you're
Andrew,
there,
you
it's
can't
my
come-
turn. It's
no,
my turn to
stop,
talk. Thanks.
stop.
My turn to
Fuck.
talk.
You don't
My
stop
turn to
by
talk.
misrepresenting
I don't
your line.
understand
I never said
why I can't talk.
Bitch.
Why can only you talk?
Because the only thing that came out of your mouth was a
No,
lie.
it wasn't a lie. I didn't. You don't even know what I was going to say. Stop talking. It's my turn, lady.
Liar,
The
liar,
first
Stop.
thing
You're just gonna. Yeah, you're just gonna prattle over
The
me.
first thing you said was a lie.
No, it was absolutely the
Now,
truth. I'm telling people.
No, I've never said
Okay,
that.
it's my turn. Why don't you let me say my piece and then you can respond?
You're lying. You just straight up said
you're lying. You're lying. You're trying to defer people away. You're trying to defer people away from the church. Stop it.
How are you okay with
Oh, I did not defer people.
Yeah, and you're in here. You're in here preaching. You're in here preaching ecumenist doctrine.
I'm not preaching anything. I haven't preached anything.
Ecumenist doctrine.
With a
Protestant, and you're saying that right-wing reactionaries aren't welcome in the church?
Already, but you seem to be incapable of nuance, Andrew.
Yeah,
and
well, I don't know. How would we know what we're capable of? You won't stop long enough for me to say a word. You're just spurging. You're just spurging. Stop. It's my turn. It's my turn to talk, lady. Lady. It's my turn to talk, lady. Yeah, it's my turn. My turn. It's my turn. It's my turn. I'm sorry. It's my turn to speak.
Okay.
It's my turn. It's my turn to speak. It's my turn to speak.
Like a 3-year-old had thrown a hissy fit.
I don't know. She won't stop talking. Right? They always think that they can just continue to talk over you. See, still there. Still won't let me have the floor for 2 seconds. Oh, I'm sorry. Dude, are you mad? You sound mad. I don't know. You sound mad. You sound pretty upset. You
sound pretty.
You still won't stop. You still won't stop. Still won't stop.
That's exactly what you do, Andrew.
Still not stopping.
Don't start a statement with a blatant lie and then expect not to
yeah, okay. Well, there's no lie. So anyway, I'd like to say my piece now. You still can't. You still can't. You still can't shut up. You still.
But you're misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting my
Still won't
position
stop
on
talking.
purpose.
Still won't stop talking.
Because you're misrepresenting me on purpose.
Refuse to stop talking. Why don't you wait until I say my piece before you open your trap?
And why don't you admit that you are lying?
No, I'm telling the exact. No, I'm telling the exact truth. What you? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what I'll do. You say your piece, and then when you're done, you have to make me the promise that you will shut the fuck up for at least 2 minutes so that I can respond. Can we do that?
If you ask the question again, without swearing like a school ground bully,
oh, it's a bully.
And an insecure male,
are you gonna? I'm sorry that you have to be such a nattering. Stop being such a.
We know that
stop being such a nattering hag. Can we do that or not? Can we do it or not?
More insult. Look, more insult. Start again. I'd like to be civilized, but
yeah. So can we do? So can we let you say your piece and then you promise you're not going to interrupt me for 2 minutes?
You can't unmute.
I don't need to say my piece when I've already said it already.
Great.
You come back in.
Great. So then you promise you won't interrupt me for 2 minutes?
2 minutes. Ooh, no, 1 minute.
Okay.
1 minute.
Okay, great. That's all I need is 60 seconds. So this woman's in here and she's clearly preaching ecumenism. She hangs out with kind of this Protestant sect of feminists. And there is actually a big problem in the Orthodox Church, and the big problem in the Orthodox Church is that it's being infiltrated by feminists who want to be members of clergy. They want to be part of the diaconate. And that's the truth, right? And so you see feminists all over the place, feminist women especially, who are inside of the Orthodox Church, and they will come and spread all sorts of heresies all over the place. And she did very clearly say that she was here representing the Orthodox Church. She very clearly said that to the point where another person had to correct her. Literally said that.
No, I didn't say that.
Literally did say that. You had to be corrected because you said that.
No, I did not say that.
Well, why did you have to be corrected?
Gives pushback.
You calling him a liar? You calling him a liar?
You are a liar.
You calling him a liar?
You are a liar.
You calling him a liar?
You light it up and on fire.
All right, are you done now?
Nope.
Are you done now, Andrew?
No, I'm not. Why did you mute my mic again?
Continue because you're trying to interact with me.
Okay, well, I gotta go. You muted my mic. I did put my rules down. Never did mute autocorrects even once.
Oh no! Oh dear.
I'm not muting anybody.
No, she's muted.
This co-host.
Andrew.
She's muting. She's
Andrew.
muting.
Yes,
Andrew,
because I
finish what you have to say.
How did you speak?
I mean, that's what they do.
Finish what you have to say.
It's always
do.
going to be a 5-on-1. None of you can handle any of this at all. You suck at it.
I'm not even saying anything.
Suck
You're
at
wrong,
it.
Andrew. That's why.
Yeah, wrong about what? Wrong about you were corrected, right?
Continue what you have to say, Andrew, and then I will respond.
Nobody can hear anything anyone's saying. Like, you guys are all just talking over each other.
Because you got
Please
priority
get rid
speaker,
of this
you dumb
co-host
cunt.
that's a pain in the ass so that you guys can interact. This is a waste of my time.
Yeah, and there are others who have been waiting like 5 or 6 hours to get a minute of time in speaking.
Well, to be fair, there's been an ocean of simps. I mean, let's keep it real. There have been an ocean of simps who've been talking shit about Andrew for like 5 or 7 hours. So it wouldn't be too much to ask.
Sure, I agree.
It's not too much to ask that Andrew be given some time
I agree that Andrew
to
should
defend
have
himself
time.
uninterrupted.
Yeah,
there have been an
agree
ocean of simps
completely.
who've been talking bad about him and his wife for hours and hours.
Again,
so it's not much. Really not asking a lot to let him or
well, I agree with you, Tim, that Andrew
uninterrupted,
should.
I'm glad we found a principle he could stick to.
Tim, I
think
agree
that's
that
a good
Andrew
note.
should
I'm
have
really disappointed in
a
you.
moment
I
to
will
speak
be
on this.
Wait. Did it end? Rage quit? She dropped the space. What a coward. What a coward. Holy crap. Massive rage quit. Massive rage quit. Oh my god. What a fucking hell. What a coward. I've never seen anything like this. Because my feelings were hurt. Now I need therapy. I'm such a victim. Fucking victim Olympics going on over here. Boo. Throwing tomatoes. Another rage quit by Andrew Wilson. That was beautiful, guys.
So I'm not sure.
Look at
could have
that.
been what happened. So I was never drawn into that world of whatever.
Oh yeah, you're so superior. My bad. Let's all bow together.
I'm glad I don't know who he is.
Check it out.
Well, thank you for giving some feedback of you listening to him as
This
someone
all
who doesn't
started
have
because
any
she
context
wanted to
of
talk to my husband,
where
but
he's-
she's sure
where he's
still
coming from,
offended
because
that he was there.
That's a useful.
No pun intended.
That's useful
whatever.
because, you know,
What the
I guess what I can segue from that is that the only people that think his behavior is acceptable, pretty much, are people
I wanted
who
to
have
ask her
been
was like
online and propagandized, already have
Anyways.
confirmation bias, and it mainly starts, in my opinion, it mainly starts with, I believe feminism destroyed the West, and modern liberal women are the problem, and we need to basically put them back in their place. That is the one
Can somebody
point
send
of
that to
view
Glenn?
that everybody that likes him or everybody that's engaged in that world, that they all align on to some degree or another. And I used to be somebody that bought into some of that myself. So this is why I can confidently talk about it. You see what I'm saying?
And I'm a add something to what you just said as well.
Yes.
I think a lot of that too with these young men is they were evangelized online. They didn't sit down, have a one-on-one with a pastor,
Here it goes.
They don't have that personal connection. All they know is the
And let me post
online,
that link to the Crucible.
quote unquote evangelists.
Let me send that to Andrew.
So they don't know how to treat people face to face. They get evangelized or quote evangelized online by people like Andrew. So then when they try to go out into the real world, or when they try to talk to women online, as Andrew demonstrated
coping
eloquently,
space.
they don't know how to talk to them. They automatically assume superiority over them.
Glenn,
because they take
a
bunch of random texts from the Bible. Oh, men have authority over women. Oh, now you're just my toy. Shut up, woman. Listen to me. No, none of that. If he had a proper pastor that sat him down, that pastor would have slapped him in the mouth.
Sorry, I forgot to put Judah.
So I think they need to stop being evangelized online. Yes, you can spread
you can hear it?
online.
Good.
That's A-okay. I love that. However, you need that personal connection to someone with more authority. And this is what made me mad.
They did blame OPC, that's what I thought.
About, you know, what authority, you know,
I mean, like,
whatever, you know, gave you to preach or minister.
You can't blame somebody for like an old car breaking down. It's like,
he have a church, or is he just
so look,
like it was
I
gonna
need
happen
to look into
anyway.
what church he goes to, because I haven't actually done that research at this moment. But he says it's publicly available. So look, he says that he has permission. He says that he has permission to represent Orthodoxy from his priest, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So look, as far as I understand it, okay, Orthodoxy discourages us to be official apologists, or evangelizing in that way, right? We're supposed to be representing just in our entirety of ourselves. And so when you hear Orthodox people on spaces talking online, they will say, when I say this, I'm not an apologist, I'm not a member of clergy, I'm not a minister, I'm just talking from my own opinion or my own experience of the faith, what I know. And when I talk about things, I'm very careful. I say, look, I always talk about, what's it called? The stuff I've got from this book called The Ethics of Beauty by an Orthodox theologian. I found his book and stuff he talks about very useful. I always promote this one video about gender that people in this space, probably I've sent them before, a couple of people, which is also from that book. And that is from the Greek Orthodox. It's actually from a Greek Orthodox source, as in like the Greek Orthodox Church gave official blessing and official. It's their YouTube channel. It's part of their officially from the church, right? So the stuff that I have promoted, like I have made sure that it's always directly, this is the source, this is who says it, this is where I'm getting this from. And then the stuff that I have done where I've applied a couple of my own concepts to it. I've been very, very specific about what those are, and it's not me saying I am some teacher or clergy, because I always say, oh, I don't know, you know, you should go and look this up, or like, I don't know, people in here who engaged with me before, that's what I always do.
If that's really the dude, let him in.
I don't think that
Millionaire Bachelor, I mean, typically I take
I think that
since you're a millionaire,
I was
when I first
when I was first going to church and I was talking online again, I was like, okay, I'm not going to be like an evangelist. I'm not trying to evangelize in this way. However, when I realized that I have come through into the church along with this right-wing reactionary stuff that Andrew and Rachel are doing, I realized that somebody kind of needs to push back. And there are people that are starting to do that. So there are people that are mature Orthodox Christians who are well versed in stuff, who are currently tweeting and right now. Is that okay? Not in that way, anyway. But I don't know. Alexa, do you understand what I'm saying? They are not presenting they're actually being very disingenuous in the way that they're like, this is what the Orthodox faith is saying, okay, right? But they've infused that with a socially constructivist theory, right? Pro-evolution theory, yeah. And yet they are going on at saying you're a feminist, everyone's all the Protestants are liberals, and it's just like, hang on a minute. Your worldview is rooted in that too. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Am I articulating this in the right way?
Is that kind of a new thing where they think like Protestantism is like feminism or liberal? Did I miss something here?
Yeah, sorry. I think that explanation would probably require a bit like a longer conversation.
Yeah,
I don't really have...
They think Protestantism is cringe, in a nutshell.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
They think Protestantism is cringe, in a nutshell. Can you hear me?
Cringe.
Yeah.
Yeah. They think it's I'd say they think it's cringe. I mean, that's not the only thing they think, but what I'm trying to explain is that they are heavily influenced by the gynocentrism theory, which is basically based on evolutionary biology, and this man Peter Wright's views, okay, and he's also pretty anti-Christian.
Can I ask you something, if you don't mind?
Go on.
I think that everything that happened on that panel was pretty much like, if you go back to what caused it, was because well, there was also the appearance on a whatever podcast, but also that Lindsay, that's her name, right? She went on this podcast with the twins, whatever. And she made up. She spread a bunch of lies about Andrew and Rachel, literally tarnishing their name. And I mean,
lies about Andrew and Rachel. Sorry.
Yeah, the lies about I've got the video here. But
who spread lies about Andrew and Rachel?
Was it? Is her name? Her name is Lindsay, I believe. Patriot Barbie, is that right? The one that was in the previous space. I'm really bad with names, I'm sorry.
Sorry, are you talking about autocorrect?
Yeah.
She spread lies about Andrew and Rachel?
Yeah, here, I got it.
But let me get this straight. He dated his now wife, got another woman pregnant while they were dating.
Really?
Married that chick, divorced her, got back with his wife, who has 2 kids with another dude, and then she had 2 more kids with him. Is that trad to you?
He's a nigga, So first of all,
so that is an absolute lie, and
yeah, sorry, we're not doing this. Josie, we're not doing this.
Well, no, I just really, what I wanted to ask was, we're
not doing this. We're not doing this. Okay. If you're here to, right, so Andrew and Rachel's argumentation and strategy and behavior, right, whether or not autocorrect lied about them, I don't think she has. Whoever it was, there's nothing to do with the way that they carry on. And I followed these people for ages now, and I know about the drama about their family, okay? And they do have a pretty messy family background. So, and I'm not even judging that. That's just like people are dysfunctional in their lives, whatever, okay? Yeah.
Well, it's how can you make the claim of following God's words and literally not abiding by
what?
By your own principles. That's what I'm asking. Is that like she's playing this game of like poking and poking back and fighting back. It's like if you wanted them to leave you alone, like maybe you wouldn't have a Twitter space talking about them for 4 hours. You know what I mean?
Josie, do you think that women and feminism, first of all, do you understand what gynocentrism is?
Yeah.
Do you think that we have our evolution has been prevented and has stopped because of, I don't know, gynocentrism and feminism?
No.
Okay. Do you think that modern liberal women and feminism has stopped Western civilization, is basically responsible for everybody's angst right now, or many negative things happening in our culture?
I mean, yeah, it could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who is snoring? It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, me too.
It's my toddler.
I was just about to say that. Who's snoring?
It's my toddler. He's like falling asleep next to me. And let me move him over. Bless him.
I hope to sleep as good as him.
Yeah, but regardless
so
of...
listen,
Kid's gonna need a CPAP machine.
Josie, first of all, I don't know for sure that autocorrect's lying about them. I doubt it, because I've followed some of this, some of the drama that's been reported about their family, and a lot of people that have reported on it seem to have receipts. So
I know exactly who you're talking about and which receipts you're talking about. Those were not accurate.
Okay. So what's that got to do with the way Andrew and Rachel carry on and argue?
Well, it's the way that they carry on and argue is that usually if you don't want somebody to clap back at you like that, that's not how somebody who doesn't want somebody
what has that got to do? No. Andrew, do you watch Andrew's Crucible channel?
Sometimes, yeah.
Right? Andrew does not engage in good faith with people. And he uses slippery tactics, he's disingenuous, misrepresents people. That's his starting position. And I think what you're trying to do now is be like, well, if people just didn't do this, then they wouldn't respond that way. It's like, no, that's what they're like from the beginning. And what they do is gaslight. So they get people like you to believe them and go on their side. Yeah?
Well, yeah, but let's say that her accusation was that it wasn't it was pretty much a sin. The way that he was conducting himself was pretty much sinful, whereas, well, when he was accusing her of, you know, you have a church ministry or something, or pretty much that you're preaching, when the Bible actually forbids women to preach, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, so since when is she preaching, first of all?
She does have a church ministry, no?
She has a church ministry.
No, she doesn't. Autocorrect, she's not ministering online. She's been very clear about that.
Yeah, this is what I was explaining earlier. They are disingenuous and misrepresent things like this on purpose, and you're falling for it.
Well, I think I watched that whatever episode and it came straight out of her mouth.
Yeah, but autocorrect doesn't go to whatever episode, Josie. Autocorrect, she's like a super Christian woman that she's always, she puts a lot of Christian messages out there, and there've been some type of I guess engagements between autocorrect and Andrew, and the things that he has said and how he has represented himself as a Christian, and she's also a Christian. So initially they debated about that, and it was supposed to be about kind of a Christian talk, I guess. But she doesn't go to whatever podcast. She's not involved in anything of that. She's not a feminist at all. She has like 6 kids. She's a stay-at-home mom. She homeschools. She's the only thing she does is 24/7. She's putting things about the church, Christian content. That's all she does. So yeah, and she doesn't have a ministry. Like she says that it's not a ministry. She just likes to talk about the word of God in Twitter.
Okay. Listen, what I would encourage everyone to do here is to perhaps enter Crucible Discord server, or to ask for a good faith discussion with Andrew. To ask for a good faith discussion.
I absolutely do not recommend that.
No, you go talk to him in good faith.
I've been in the Crucible. I was in the Crucible server for like a year. Okay, as soon as you open your mouth, if you're a woman especially, and you say something that they disagree with, you will be dealt with. You will be told that you're a horrible feminist harridan, that you're this, that you're
that you're retarded and all that. I know.
Yeah. So if
I mean,
you want to be
he had the
abused,
nerve
during
to
the
tell
server.
Autocorrect several times that she was a feminist. Autocorrect, it's not a feminist at all. And they were adamant at it. Rachel and today Rachel and Andrew were adamant. Oh yes, you are. No, you're an egalitarian. You're a feminist. No, she's not. She's not any of those things. Anyways.
So Joe, I'm sorry, Josie. I have some sympathy in the sense that a few years ago I probably would have been making excuses for them a little bit too, because I was still in amongst some of the worldview that they are engaged in, and I'm saying to you that they seem to be more influenced, in my opinion, by the writings of gynocentrism by Peter Wright, okay, the MRA stuff, and yet they try and claim that they are, Christian and opposite. Also, more of the kind of like fundamentalist, very overtly patriarchal, biblical patriarchal position that Calvinists and other kind of like more fundamentalist Christian on the Protestant sides engage in. Okay, let me give you an example of one of the members of clergy, unfortunately, who is Orthodox, who I believe is helping to fan this flame, who's part of their crew. Okay, part of like the people that are giving the go ahead and the blessing for this. Father Moses McPherson, right? I've had numerous interactions with him where I've tried to have healthy discussion to get him to, to understand where he's coming from. Right, but now he seems to be off Twitter, so I don't know. Okay. Yes, I could show you the DMs if you want to, Sigma. Yeah, you're always trying to pick at something that you can be like, oh, it's your fault. Yeah, because you agree with these people fundamentally, right?
What? Well,
yes, you do.
In part.
In part. There you go. Thank you for being honest. Right. So, he made a video recently. Right, he's got a series of videos at the moment on his YouTube channel that he's been releasing recently, and one of them, he starts out, it's called Why Modern Marriage Failed. He starts out the video, right, and he says, Eve ate the fruit because she wanted to dominate her husband. And he said that so-and-so saint said this. Now, in the Orthodox Church, our interpretation of the faith is a long, ongoing development of tradition and interpretation, in the sense that the claim is that it's from the apostles, ongoing apostolic succession, and then you've got all of the different theologians and church fathers. Then you've got the theologians, and it's a long process of interpretation, people writing stuff, saying stuff, debating it, and then coming to consensus. This is like how it goes over and over again. Okay. And so just because one saint wrote something doesn't mean that's a church teaching. Doesn't mean that everybody reached consensus about what one saint said, because they recognize that somebody may be canonized as a saint, meaning they recognize that they reached a level of holiness, but that doesn't mean that everything they said in their lifetime is correct. Yeah. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
So he quotes a saint, what a certain saint says about something. Yeah. And as soon as I heard that come out of his mouth, I was like, I know that's not church teaching. I look in my Orthodox study Bible, I ask the clergy, go to any other source who is like mature Orthodox clergy or who represents the church properly. Yeah. And I even spoke to, there's a priest from the Antiochian church that I sometimes go to, right? I spoke to the priest and the father deacon who's training to be a priest, and I asked them what they thought about what he said. And as soon as I said it, he went, oh, that's close to heresy. That's close to heresy. And I was like, oh, wow. Okay, that's a strong reaction. Yeah. the rest of what he says in the video, he starts to talk about Ephesians 5. The rest of it is like pretty sort of bog standard teaching, but it's based on a wrong premise, like a fundamental like error. Yeah. So if you're saying, you know, husbands love your wives like Jesus loved the church, women submit to them, like what Ephesians 5 says, yeah. But if you're basing that on the presumption that Eve did what she did to dominate her husband, and therefore the husband needs to respond to her nature of trying to dominate him in some way, then you can see how you're going to be attracted to writings by MRAs and the manosphere and other maybe people within the church who are more misogynistic.
Well, that's not the only way to make that interpretation, right? That's where I've offered you my take, which is that there's a difference between...
I don't care
I don't know.
about
Are we gonna have a conversation? I mean, it's like, are you just gonna monologue like you usually do?
No, I was listening.
I'm trying to educate you about what...
Well, I know, but this is a dialogue. Again, you're the authority. Quit trying to minister me, right?
Sigma's basic Sigma psychology is basically like, don't tell me what to do.
No, I'm saying this is a bit.
Come on,
I'm out there. However, what I would say is, if you were willing to enter a conversation, whether it's Andrew or Rachel, in good faith, I can tell from personal experience, they've helped me.
No. I've already explained in this space that I used to watch the Crucible I was part of the right wing. I used to be an MRA. Okay, I understand the context of where they are coming from. I used to be part of the whole thing. I was a fan, somewhat, of what Rachel was doing in the beginning, before her book came out properly. And then I was like, this just sounds, I didn't even read the book, and I was like, okay, this lady is going a bit too down, like the path here, by claiming that all feminism are witches. I was like, this is, that instantly seemed wrong to me. Okay, I engaged in conversations with them, both Andrew and Rachel, in good faith in the beginning. Yeah. And I went back and forth with them, and Rachel told me, right, that that I am an ankle biter trying to get attention, right? And both of them said, oh, you should debate us. And I was like, yeah, I'll debate you. At the time, I was pregnant with my last child, and I was like, oh, I'm going to give birth soon, so I don't know. And then when I gave birth, I was like, no, I can't do that right now. But then 6 months later, I engaged with them a little bit, and I sort of said, hey, shall we do this debate? And then I said a couple of things on Twitter to them, right? Okay, and I was pushing back in a civilized way, right? And they both blocked me. Okay. So I think what you need to get through to in your head is that they do not operate on good faith.
Okay.
All right. That's what I want. You can. I suppose you will disagree, but I'm saying that the message from me that they don't operate from the beginning in good faith.
I mean, regardless, listen, I can't argue with you when it comes to whether it's like Protestant, Orthodox. I don't. That's not
what I'm trying to focus on in this conversation.
Okay.
I'm trying to say that they are more influenced by writings about gynocentrism from Peter Wright and all of that stuff than they are by orthodoxy when it comes to how they engage with women and about feminism.
Okay, would you agree that there's a bit of entertainment that is put into it as well? Trying to run a business?
Yeah, so I know that's one of the excuses that Andrew uses. Yeah. But I don't agree. That I think that if you're trying to be an example of the faith, then you should be trying, especially in Orthodoxy, they say that you're supposed to be an example to everybody in all tenets of your life, really. You're not supposed to have this split personality.
So you're suggesting that he should be nice?
you say be nice, like being nice is some type of flawed concept. You can be firm without being a bully, using disingenuous tactics and all the different tactics that they use. You can be firm and direct and straightforward without bullying people.
Yeah, but at the same time, is if you're going to fight fire with fire at the same time, it's okay. Well, I mean, I'm sorry, but can you even? Is there really like a victim? And
that's not even the thing. Is that's not even entirely what's going on here. They are. Did you hear what I just said before about how the way that their views about women and feminism are influenced by MRAs and this theory called gynocentrism, among other things, probably, right? So that is not just for entertainment's sake. That is literally what they agree with.
Yeah, regardless if it's what they agree with or not, it doesn't change the fact that if you get to actually talk to them as a person, like if you know them personally, do you actually think that they're bad people personally?
Okay, that's a very yes. I think that Andrew I think that Andrew is misogynistic. Whether that makes him a bad person overall, that's quite a subjective statement to make. Okay, because I don't know what he thinks about other things in his life. Okay, but when it comes to women and feminism, I 100% believe that he demonstrates all the time that he is misogynistic. And if you're recording this, then you can carry on recording it, because I'd gladly talk to Andrew about it anytime. All right? If you're one of his little minions doing that.
Oh, absolutely
Josie?
not. Trust me.
Oh, yeah, okay, whatever.
Don't worry.
He called me a dumb bitch several times, so I mean, he wasn't wrong though, but you know. I wouldn't call myself a minion in this case when I get a dumb bitch title.
Why would you call yourself a dumb bitch?
Because I was being a dumb bitch.
Were you? What was it in the context of?
Let's not go down that route, shall we? Because I was being dumb, I'm not gonna put myself on blast like that.
But why would you call yourself a bitch?
I don't know why he did female dogs like that. That's a good question. I prefer dumb bimbo instead, but you know, at this point, that's more like word policing.
But you don't sound like a dumb bimbo to me. You sound like you're probably pretty smart. Like, what is this? I mean,
self-awareness. I don't know.
It's not self-awareness. It sounds like you've internalized like a viewpoint that you need to position yourself and accept these types of derogatory terms, right? Just to fit into that crowd. And as someone that used to sort of vaguely accept that too, even though I was probably someone that pushed back against certain things more than others, yeah? Like, you don't need to do that. You don't need to put yourself down and say, look at me, I'm just an inferior female, to be among certain people on the internet, to be in the in crowd with them.
Oh, trust me, I don't think I could, even if I tried.
Well, no, but seriously, like, I bet I'm making an assumption, but I could be wrong, that whatever he called you a dumb bitch about, it probably wasn't as black and white as you seem to think it is.
Oh, I mean, I didn't even take it personal. Like, if it's, I don't really care. But what I'm saying is that you said one of his minions. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, well, I know how these people operate, though. Sometimes they do send their little minions around, going, you know. But seriously, so if you're not that, fair enough. Okay.
No, I'm just trying to. How could I say that? Not to understand, but to, you know, well, there is also like your perspective, but also that there is this perspective that she is trying to put out there as if she is the victim of in all of this, and that Andrew is just the big meanie.
Yeah, think that autocorrect presents herself like that. I follow her on Twitter.
Well, she did rage quit again.
What?
The Twitter space?
After 7 hours of debate with Rachel and Andrew, and then another one after that went on for a few hours, and then I jumped in and I started arguing with him. I mean, I think we can give her some grace about that, don't you? No. It does seem like you're holding her to a pretty unrealistic standards, to be honest.
I would hold myself to the same standards. You don't just quit a space or a debate or an argument or a discussion right in the middle as the other person is talking. First, it's rude, and second, it's totally called rage quitting.
What part of she just did a debate with them for 7 hours do you not quite understand?
So that doesn't excuse the fact that she rage quit.
So what do you mean, why does it not excuse the fact that she rage quit? I came in there and I caused trouble because I don't believe that Andrew was arguing in good faith at all. So I just wanted to be like, hey, you want to be like this? This is what happens when the other person is like that. And he was just going, why do you get to do it and I don't? And it's like, you've just been like that for like hours and hours and hours.
Well, why didn't she just kick him?
What do you mean, why didn't she just kick him?
You can just kick him off the space. No, that was her space.
Well, yeah, and then what's he going to do? Say, oh, she kicked me out the space. She can't win.
Well, so that wouldn't have been a rage quit.
I don't understand. Why do you want to make excuses for Andrew's behavior?
Or she could have just muted him too, I mean.
Why do you want to make excuses for Andrew's behavior? She demonstrated, right, a good level of maturity and civility for 7 hours.
Wait, let me ask you this then. Why do you make excuses for her behavior? Her behavior was not good faith.
Answer my question.
What was your question? Why am I making excuses for Andrew's behavior?
Answer my question first.
Yeah.
We're not doing this tactic in here. Answer my question.
So your question was, why am I making excuses for Andrew's behavior?
You're not going to answer my question? Is she talking?
No, I'm asking you if that was your question.
I can't hear her. Is she talking?
Was your question...
No, I don't think she's talking.
Am I talking?
Right. Well, I'm not doing this. I asked you a question, and if you...
sorry, I was...
answer
sorry,
the
I was
question
muted.
first.
What is going on here? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Answer my question.
Okay, sorry.
Don't divert to another question because you don't want to answer it.
Sorry, what was your question again?
Why are you trying to make excuses for Andrew's behavior?
Because I don't think that his behavior is necessarily wrong. For the same reason you're trying to make excuses for her behavior.
She didn't do any wrong behavior. She was civil. She was civil and she was mature. And she kept
by rage
it
quitting, you
together.
called that mature?
For 7 hours.
It's still rage quitting. It's still rage quitting. Somebody in the middle of their argument, that's extremely rude.
Right. And you're completely ignoring the fact that Andrew and Rachel acted the way they did for hours and hours and hours, and she was well behaved.
She could have just kicked him.
Yeah, she could have just kicked him, but the whole thing was about him, so he was there talking as well. You just want to make excuses for him. Why is that?
Because I don't think he necessarily did anything wrong there.
Right, okay. Even though he's called you a dumb bitch. Like, seriously.
That's not about me.
It is about you.
No, it's not.
It is, because you're a woman. He thinks that all women are dumb bitches. He's a misogynist.
And he thinks all men that don't think like him are useless idiots. I mean, why does it matter?
Right. So he thinks that all men that don't think like him are useful idiots.
Useless idiots.
Useless idiots. And that's somebody that you want to make excuses for.
I'm not making excuses for him.
Yes, you are. You said you didn't think he did anything wrong.
Well, you're making excuses for her too, then.
No, I'm not. I'm not making excuses for her. I'm correctly pointing out that she, in that interaction for over 7 hours, 8 hours, she demonstrated a level of behavior that everybody agrees pretty much They've come to consensus and said, yeah, she didn't stoop down to his level. She held it down. She was a trooper, right? Okay. And then you're like, yeah. So what? Then she rage quit after, and then in the after debate conversation where I came in and started causing trouble with him, right? I'm sorry, but everybody has a limit of patience, right? Okay. And she said, she sent me a DM after saying, I'm sorry, I'm tired. Yeah.
She could have politely excused herself and said, I'm gonna go.
For him. Listen, you sound like somebody that's completely disconnected from like just
because
people.
I'm not a feminist.
Well, I'm not a feminist either, and neither is she, right? And for you not to be a feminist does not mean that you don't have empathy for other people and that you act like some kind of automaton who's just like, yeah, whatever. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yeah. Okay.
What happened between you and Andrew?
What do you mean? What happened between me and Andrew? If you're one of his little minions, right? You can tell Andrew that I would have a debate with him anytime. Okay.
Andrew doesn't. Andrew doesn't care about me. Trust me. No, you just speak like I know. Like there's resentment. There's resentment in your voice, and I know that something happened.
No, nothing happened between us. I've already explained to you, right? I started watching Andrew and I realized that he was a complete douchebag who's been influenced by gynocentrism. I've already explained what my problem with him is.
How was the gynocentrism, though?
Did you listen to what I explained earlier, yes or no?
Yeah, but how is he promoting gynocentrism if
Because he does. Because he does. We've already explained how he does.
No.
I already did. Yes, I did.
You explained how he was a misogynist.
All right, I'm done now. Ike, do you want to say anything else?
That was not...
No.
I'm not interested in going back and forth with you, Josie, when you are being disingenuous in this exchange as well.
I'm absolutely not being disingenuous.
Yes, you are. I'm going to remove you from speaking now because you just like there's no point in conversing with you when you're listen.
Okay, so you're pretty much claiming that I'm right. So
no, I'm not claiming that you're right.
Well, then why wouldn't you engage in the conversation?
Because I have to go soon. And you're not listening to what I said earlier. You're like, something happened between you. I already explained to you what my problem with him is, and you can't even represent what I said properly.
No. That's not what we were going over. Is you say he promotes gynocentrism, and I'm asking you how is that gynocentrism when you claim that he's doing the complete opposite?
Okay. Again, you clearly don't understand what I'm saying.
English is my fourth language. I apologize, and maybe I missed some words.
All right. So, do you want me to have grace for you for having English as a second language now, when you don't have grace for autocorrect for rage quitting after over 8 hours of a debate with people?
Yes, I'm a hypocrite. So please,
do you want me to give you some grace for that, or do you want me to just continue being harsh? You want some grace when you don't know how to give grace to other people?
No, I'm asking you if you could please.
You don't have right. So you don't even understand.
You don't need to go with the ad hominems here.
Right? I explained to you that it's a theory promoted by MRAs, and I know for a fact that Andrew and Rachel have been mentored and guided by them, and that they subscribe to certain viewpoints within that.
But what is that theory?
Right, I've explained that earlier.
No, you have not.
Yes, I have.
What is that
theory? If you
weren't
listening, then just admit you weren't listening or you weren't here.
Well, perhaps I wasn't listening because I didn't hear it.
Okay. Right, so why do I need to explain it again to you now? For you then to go and go, I don't know what that is. Yeah, if you... Listen, if you're going to say to me, I'm going to listen and process.
Sorry, I'm going to say something.
Right, so let me repeat this one more time, right?
Did you say it?
And if you say that you're not one of their minions and you're not recording this, okay? Right? Whatever. So, Andrew and Rachel have received mentorship and guidance from Peter Wright, who promotes gynocentrism as a theory that gynocentrism, that the Western world is gynocentric, and that and that is a socially constructivist viewpoint, meaning that the gynocentrism that we experience in society, according to him, is not biologically driven alone. It's been socially constructed. It's like being created by our elite class or by our culture, whatever. Okay, you need to look up social constructivism if you don't know what that means. All right, and there's a whole bunch of stuff he says about it. It goes back to the medieval period, but pretty much the crux of his argument is that this is bad because this has stopped our evolution as a species.
That still doesn't tell me what gynocentrism actually is, nor what it stands for.
I did just tell you what it is and what it stands for.
You said where it's from vaguely, but you never actually went over what it is. So I have it right here. Is a dominant or exclusive focus on women in theory or practice. Anything can be gynocentric when it is considered exclusively with a female or feminist point of view in mind.
We know that. We established that early on in the conversation, that gynocentrism means woman-centered.
Okay.
So you're literally asking me to tell you what the definition of the word means when you couldn't even just look it up yourself, when you're clearly typing in your computer.
Well, I wanted to know what was your definition, because there's no point.
I told you I don't have a different definition. I'm talking about Peter Wright's definition. Yeah, not my definition, not an agreed definition outside of that. I'm talking about Peter Wright theory.
Okay.
Do you understand that? This is his theory. They subscribe to his writings. I know that they've been influenced by him. That comes out in the way that they argue about women and feminism.
Okay.
You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So if you play dumb again, I'm really going to lose my patience and be like, I'm not talking to you anymore. Yeah?
Okay.
Because when people start playing dumb, it's just, I'm not here to be autocorrect, being like really mature and civilized for 7 hours. Yeah?
That's fair.
I ain't doing that. I'm not doing that. Right. Ike's has said something. You said you wanted to say something.
No, I just wanted to say that, Josie, these are concepts that it takes a moment to understand the complexity of what Natty is saying. Like, I've been following Natty for many, many, many months, and I've had to go back and forth with her for her to help me understand some of these definitions. So don't feel bad if you don't get it. Just let's have more patience, okay? And you're not going to get it in these 10, 20 minutes conversation. Trust me. This is something that is very profound. And I also wanted to say that autocorrect and Andrew's and Rachel's debate were supposed to be centered in the Word of God. It wasn't like your typical whatever podcast in which, he goes and interviews his only fan women. No, this is a completely different ball game. And autocorrect was not expecting the combative, competitive type style of Rachel's and Andrew's debate, right? So she thought that this was gonna be kind of like, like when you do Bible studies and you go and come in good faith and you talk about the Bible and you try to find the truth, as good Christians together. That's really how she thought this was going to be. I mean, I don't think she was being naive. I think she was just being very, very genuine in her, and humble, really, on her approach in finding the truth with another brother in Christ and sister. But that's not where these people were coming from. And I really, I know it's 7 hours of talking, but I was there the whole 7 hours. And it's I think you should go back and listen to it and kind of understand, the beginning of kind of understand the whole thing, because last week there was another 4 hours debate between, I don't know if it's a debate, between Andrew and autocorrect, because the thing you have to understand that autocorrect, she lives Christianity. This is her whole life. She's not about being combative. She doesn't care about blood sports debate. You know, Andrew charges
Yeah, she's more
$500
better
to.
than me.
So why did she
What's
involve
that?
herself in one?
No, I'm just
Well,
saying she's much better than me. I recognize she's far more mature than me. Anyway, carry on.
I don't even know how she does it. She has 6 kids. I have no idea how she does it. But what happened? I don't know all of it, but I know that last week Andrew was putting some tweets about leaving women behind in a post-apocalyptic scenario, and then autocorrect started commenting on that, like that's not Christian, and this and this and that, and then but the conversations between them, they're all from autocorrect's perspective, they're always being centered in the Word of God, right? In being a Christian, so it's really hard for someone like Andrew that he's used to debating non-godly women to debate someone like autocorrect. I mean, she knows. She spent 3 years studying, like, under, I don't know who's this guy. He mentioned, she mentioned his name, studying under his authority, the Bible. I mean, she knows a lot. Like, I have so much respect for that woman. So that's why she was able to hold herself for 7 hours. And these were the men that were talking to her. These were men that knew the Word of God too. These weren't just your normal Christian. What they, your average. There's a lot of people that call themselves Christians, but they're really not Christians. I mean, they don't really study the Word. These men study the Word, and she was able to get back at them. So, I mean, I just think that the complexity of what's going on in 2 weeks, you're not gonna get it in 30 minutes. Sorry.
Okay, so
So
if I
I think,
understand correctly,
yeah.
so Peter's right, defines gynocentrism as the societal structure that prioritizes women's needs and interests over men's, so that men are the victim, men victim, boo hoo hoo. Men, it's not fair. Women got everything. Men don't have it in court. Okay, and I would actually not disagree with that. I wouldn't disagree with the fact that Andrew probably spreads something similar to that. I wouldn't necessarily disagree.
Well, they were talking about him saying things about ugly women being raped. Like, how is it that these ugly women think that they're gonna get raped? So that was another thing that autocorrect kind of like, what the fuck
I
is
mean,
going
that
on,
was
dude?
just kind of a joke, like.
I know it's a joke, but from the Christian standpoint, there's a proverb that says, I think something. I mean, I'll put it in the chat, that you don't joke like that as a Christian, and that's the thing. Like,
I mean, I thought that was kind of funny a little bit, but
yeah, it is funny for the natural person, and under a different setting, it's funny, but not under the setting of talking about the Word of God, right? And this is where autocorrect is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
She's not an OnlyFans woman. She's indeed a godly woman, and she is a spiritual leader. I mean,
but exactly, as a leader, don't you think that she should correct herself before going out there and pointing the finger at others?
They were both pointing fingers at each other, Josie.
Yeah, but because one does it, it doesn't make it okay for the other person to do that.
What is she correcting? What should she be correcting herself about? Exactly?
She went on the podcast and spread a bunch of falsehoods about another woman as if it was going to make her life better or something.
No. First of all, we don't know for a fact that those were lies.
I know for a fact those were lies.
Okay, who are we talking about? What are we talking about right now? I'm confused right now.
Okay. So second of all, she is responding to his behavior, his conversation about Christianity and how he is supposed to be representing in Christianity. Okay, she has done a far better job on that than he has. And I think there's something going on with you, Josie, where do you have autism or something? You seem very mute. Or is it just a Slavic thing?
That seems very judgmental of you.
No, I've got a bit of it myself, so it's not judgmental.
You got a bit of it?
I'm just recognizing. Yeah.
Did you get a diagnosis for that?
No, I don't have an official diagnosis.
So
but...
self-diagnosis.
Okay.
I see.
So do you have it or not? Because you seem very mute. And what I mean is that Alexa was talking, she was talking, and then instead of just responding to what she said and the complexity and the nuance, you just went, yeah, like you just kind of like went straight. You ignored some of the social cues in that interaction.
No, I was, I mean, there is no social cue to be here because we're on audio only, first of all. Second, like I said, English is fourth language. Third, there might be a bit of a delay as well. And when I say is I am listening, I am receiving the message. It means I'm not like doing something else, or it's to show that I pay attention because we don't have the visual social cues. Does that make sense?
Okay, well, you sort of didn't even respond to the complexity of what she said.
You guys were talking.
You just like,
that was not a question, that was a statement.
No,
sometimes you always talk bad when you have nothing to say. Sometimes it's just better to be quiet.
She said a whole bunch of stuff, and then when you responded, you were like, yeah, but don't you think this? You didn't even respond to anything she said.
That wasn't a question, though.
No, it doesn't matter. You didn't respond.
There was nothing to respond.
We
always talk bad when we have nothing to say.
No, there was something to respond to. It's called a conversation.
There was nothing to respond to. That was.
Can I ask a question?
Why would I argue? Like.
I'm not asking you to argue. I'm just pointing out that the way that you're interacting in this conversation.
Because I don't argue?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Let Claire Core, who is actually probably more aligned on Andrew and Rachel than anyone, but I've let her speak. So go ahead, Claire.
My question is: there was a debate, and I caught the tail end of it with what autocorrect complaining that she was talked over, but what was the debate about? And yeah, I mean, that's really what I wanted to know.
Yeah, so the first debate today, I mean, there has been 3 debates. One last week with Andrew and autocorrect, in which Andrew said something about in a post-apocalyptic scenario, it's easier to just leave the women and children behind. Like, if you want to survive, just leave them behind. So that, that triggered a bunch of Christians. And autocorrect, had a debate with Andrew. And then today was about Rachel. She basically putting her page, even though she has autocorrect muted, but I guess people told her autocorrect. She basically called autocorrect like an egalitarian, heretic, feminist, and she was basically kind of insulting her, in her own way, insulting her. And autocorrect is like, you know what, let's do it, let's have a debate. And so that was the debate earlier. And then the debate was supposedly was supposed to be about Christianity, Christianity and feminism, or patriarchy or feminism. I don't remember. But in that debate, what happened was that there were some terms, and this thing happened within like an hour. Like, I saw these tweets, and within an hour, they were already setting up for a debate. So the terms of the debates were that it was going to be amongst the host and Rachel and autocorrect. But that's not how it played out, because what happened in one of the back and forth with Rachel and autocorrect, Rachel said, you know what, I want to talk to your husband, because you talk about my husband, so I want to talk to your husband. So the husband was actually online, and he came to speak, and then she was talking to the husband, but that kind of broke the rules of engagement of the debate. And autocorrect was like, wait a minute, I didn't think that this was kind of a formal, like, type of CNN type of debate. She didn't know that this was supposed to be that formal. So then that led on to this other dramatic thing, like, well, the host didn't do this job, but no, it literally, it looked like a high school drama. It looked like high school drama. And then Rachel was really upset because she was saying that autocorrect cheated because the husband was whispering things to tell her, even though autocorrect, she said it herself, she knows more about the word of God, the Bible, than the husband, because I guess the husband works a lot. So, but Rachel I mean, I thought it was good. I thought it was good when they were talking about the word of God, because I really I know how to correct notes a lot, and I know I was enjoying it. But then the husband got online, and then she got all all upset, and you can look at the recording. I mean, she was really upset, Rachel, and then she just dropped. She's like, you know what, I'm out. You're a cheater, and she just left.
Oh,
So
okay. Well, thanks for telling me. It's actually worth listening to because it was so farcical and funny.
yeah, I think the first 45 minutes is where it happens. The rest of the like 3 hours is just them
Complaining
talking
about
about.
each other. That was when I got there and said, "Oh, he broke the rules. She broke the rules." Blah
Yeah,
blah blah.
it was weird because they were all talking about, well, the host didn't do a good job, but no, it was kind of a weird conversation after the fact. And then they left, and then she opened up her own in her space called Follow Up, and then they were just talking about Christian behaviors and how Andrew and this and Andrew and that, and a bunch of men were kind of talking to her about the Word of God and kind of like almost challenging her, and she was responding back. And then 4 hours later, Andrew decides to talk. He was always in the conversation. He wasn't talking. He was just taking notes. So that's how it
Right.
played out. That's how it played out.
So I mean, so you're obviously born Orthodox Christian. Are you?
No,
Me?
she's a
No.
Protestant. She's a Protestant, Claire.
But I was born and raised, like I was even baptized when I was an infant. So I was born and raised in an evangelical church for all my life. So and a lot of my good I have excellent close friends that are Catholics. So to me it's really puzzling, and I refuse to let these denominations divide us. I refuse that because Christ is our head of all of us. So, and I have a really good friends that are Catholic. I respect them a lot, and so. But no, I'm not an Orthodox. I mean, I'm not opposed to it or anything. I don't have any complaints about it. It's just that Andrew uses it a lot in his debates with autocorrect, almost to like shame her or something, which I think is very disingenuous as a Christian. And that's why I keep asking Nari, wait, why does he have so much animosity towards her? Is it because of her
Autocorrect is Orthodox or not? I'm not.
No, she said she was raised Baptist, but she's right now non-denominational.
Okay. I mean, it seems to me that people go towards Orthodox Christianity because it's more socially conservative. Because basically Anglicanism and Protestantism in the West and Catholicism is it has liberalized. So I guess people who want to be Christians go to Orthodox Christianity. That's right, isn't it, Natty and everyone?
Well, I grew up in a place that it's considered one of the most evangelized places in the world. And it's like per square mile, there's like church in every corner, and it's very, very, very divided amongst evangelic and Catholics.
Bro, how am I
And
supposed to
I
be like
never, as an
mean
evangelic,
to
I
those people? I
never, I
can't. I
never
need
felt the
help,
need to
help,
convert
help, help.
to Catholic. I
Mayday,
thought that my
mayday.
faith and the teachings
Mayday.
were very well, and
Fuck.
I've spoken to other people from other
Well, help on
denominations,
there.
and
Tell him
I've never
yourself.
had any issues. Like I said, I was born and raised
Rachel
like this, so
heard
I've
you.
I've I've learned to really
Go
respect.
on here.
So
Tell
to me, it was
them.
surprising to see
The link is
how
there.
Andrew kind of pulled ranked and used his Orthodox card
Well,
to
make
try
a fake
to
account, John. I don't care.
autocorrect. So I wasn't sure
Don't
if
let me
I
fight this
wasn't
shit
sure where he was
myself.
coming
Do I
from.
look like
So
a fucking
to me, that
Orthodox
was
Christian to
puzzling
you?
because
Do you think I can be
I
mean to
just
those
it
ladies? They
confuses
don't
me.
sound
As
mean
a
enough.
Christian, it confuses me
Okay,
to
come
hear
help
other
me out.
Christians
Like, stop fucking
kind of,
around, you
I don't know.
pussies.
It's
Let's
just to me.
go.
He's often
Get to work.
gratuitously rude.
Come on,
isn't he?
hop on there.
Yeah, that's why it confuses me, and that's why it confuses autocorrect and
Hop
every
the
other
fuck on there.
person
Let's
that is
go.
Christian that was
Stop
listening
fucking
to that
around.
debate
Come on.
because of the way he was carrying himself. And that's the thing. He's playing. He's playing with two. He's serving two worlds, right?
How?
He's in his blood sports debate, but then he's also
That old
debating a
lady
godly
sounds
woman.
nice.
So you can't use the same strategic with a godly woman, but yet he does.
What do you mean put my foot
So
down?
it gets confusing. Like his tactics are the same, and I don't understand why he does that. But anyways.
Hmm.
Listen.
I agree.
Autocorrect always plays the victim card, victim Olympics. Okay, let's face it. Andrew called her out. She got mad. The next day after she went on whatever, she had to freaking make a Twitter post about how she would need like therapy and stuff. It's like, come on, you rage quit a debate. Somebody exposed that your worldview was a big old grift. Okay, it's pretty much feminism mixed with like the Protestant church, and she just got mad that she got exposed, and she keeps on going after them. Honestly, Andrew and Rachel have been extremely kind to me. They've helped me out for like absolutely zero reason, and a lot of my friends as well. And you know what? There's also people that did stuff to Andrew that were pretty bad. And you know what? They came on my stream, and Andrew, they actually apologized, and Andrew just swept it under the rug and absolutely forgive them for it, which is not, much better man than I would ever be. Women in this case. I just think that you guys' idea of who the Wilsons are pretty much all based off of tone policing.
Look, Josie, I'm just gonna interject really quick. So what I'm just gonna be very honest with you. I don't think that if the Wilsons have helped you, God bless them, and that's great, and you should be thankful, if you found someone that that is a Christian and has blessed you. And to be honest, I think that the discord and the quarrel, it became ridiculous. Like, I don't think
in our church ministry isn't.
I think that two Christians like them, like Andrew and autocorrect, it was almost like too intellectual, and that's a problem. When the church combat each other and they're all based on intellectual debates and not based on love, then we have a problem. And that's a problem. That's a problem with the Christian church. They do that amongst brothers and sisters. I'm not saying that is a good thing, but it happens. So that's,
I think it's nice and all, but isn't it why the Christian church is literally losing credibility day after day? Because it's all love, rainbows, and butterflies, and you gotta let go and let God and be nice and all of that. Isn't it why, like, you see young men nowadays go, they convert to Islam now?
Josie, this is complicated. This is religion.
It's really not that complicated, actually.
It is complicated.
It really is complicated. It's complex, and the problem is that people want black and white answers. Okay?
It's not complex that there's a woman on the internet she's picking and choosing what to put out there for the sake of making a whole online personality. She is poking at the bear and crying that she got bit, and Andrew's calling her out for it, and she's mad.
They're both mad, Josie.
Listen.
Andrew and Rachel are mad with her too. They blocked her. So, this drama, you're trying to get in between a drama that is not for you to get in between. This is between them, and it's everybody, we're all watching it. But, it's between them. They really have something that it's ultimately, this is between them.
So why are we here?
And I'm not, and I think they're both, they both have their thing. Yeah.
So why are we here then?
Yeah. Why are you here? Natty is my friend. I've known her for many, many, many months, and we're just talking about a summary of what happened. And I had questions about orthodoxy. That's why I'm here. Why are you here?
Why Andrew is wrong and thinks feminism is out to get him. That is the title.
Josie. Yeah, Josie. Yeah. I can respond to some of the things you've brought up. So, the Christian, and I would say this is something that all Christians, especially the ones who are definitely deemed as proper Christians, not some of the kind of cults or whatever, but like we're talking about mainline Protestant doctrine, Roman Catholic, Orthodox, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, when he came and died on the cross and the resurrection, there's lots of messaging that he gave in his sermons and everything. Okay, remember, I am not a member of clergy or an official apologist. I am just somebody who is Orthodox now, trying to live my faith.
Didn't you say you were Protestant?
And no, I said I'm Orthodox.
Oh, convert. Got it.
Yes, I'm a convert. Yeah. What is it you're looking for here, Josie?
No, sorry. I thought you said you were Protestant, but you did.
No, I'm Orthodox. I'm Orthodox, and I've been going to church for 3 years. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm baptized, and I am in conversation and guidance from my priest. More than one priest, in fact.
You know, I got confused because at first I thought you were Protestant, and you mentioned I thought you were Orthodox, then mentioned Protestant, and I was like, wait, I thought you were Orthodox. Then you said, okay, you will convert. I did convert it. Got it.
I still think you still sound confused about my position.
No, it's clear. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
I've never been Protestant. I went straight from agnostic to being Orthodox. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay. I'm saying that what I'm going to talk about now is something that all of the different Christian traditions agree on. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready to like hear me? And
yeah, I'm listening. That's what I said. Mm-hmm.
So, like Jesus, when he died on the cross, he changed the world. He transformed the world. The world was never the same. Okay? And our fallen state as humans, as far as I understand it, because I'm not an apologist or a member of clergy, I'm not doing ministry. You understand? This is just me talking about what I understand.
Understand.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So, when he did that, he was basically our fallen state is pretty much like, as this is how I talk about it, centered in a kind of dualism. Yeah. So, you know, good versus bad, black versus white. Yeah. Chaos versus order. Right.
Sure.
And then with Christianity, you get then the understanding that God is the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Right.
Sure.
And so when Jesus comes, then he is both man and God at the same time. That's a paradox. And this is a very difficult thing for pretty much everybody to get their head around, because our fallen state as humans is that we think that you could either be man or God. You can't be both. And then there's a whole other bunch of other arguments that has been made in the past, like heresies or whatever. Yeah. But because it's such a difficult concept for people to try and comprehend, like, you know, and I think that this kind of paradoxical nature is really difficult. It comes out in us in other ways, because we all tend to want black and white answers to things. Yeah. And that seems to be our default setting. And Christians would say that is because we're fallen and because we're not in union with God. Yeah. When we're in proper union with God, then we can start to understand the paradoxical nature of reality and what Jesus did for us, because he was literally a paradox, right? So when you're talking about the church, when it's just peace and love, promoting everyone has to be nice, there's this assumption made that being nice and you know, promoting God's love and Jesus's love means that you therefore are one side or the other in this dualistic paradigm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, you know, like there's a sort of assumption that if you're all promoting all good, then you are naive or you don't really quite understand the bad. Right. But because we are all sinners in the sense that we fell from God and we're all sinning all the time pretty much, or we're in a sinful environment, then we do understand what the bad is. Jesus came to say we need to transform. We need to be like we need to be we need to be a paradox. Okay, that's what he's basically saying, right? And I think what happens is there's this idea that when you have hierarchy, and order, then that has to be determined by getting rid of the good or people being nice, right? Because I know that there's an argument that being all rigidly hierarchical means that you're like promoting tough love and that will make things good overall, but that argument also develops into this is kind of what people like Andrew Wilson have fallen into,
Well, respectfully, I feel like you're preaching to me, but that's just my personal feeling.
Sure, but I'm just trying to explain to you what Jesus did, what it meant. And am I allowed to talk about that without you thinking that I'm trying to do something to you, or I don't know. How am I supposed to talk
just don't worry about my feelings.
Yeah, but no, I do worry about your feelings. Your feelings are important. You shouldn't be disconnected from your feelings. We're supposed to integrate our feelings, right? Have you ever, this is not even Christian necessarily, but have you ever read anything about Stoicism?
Yeah.
They don't say that you need to be disconnected and that your feelings are completely like irrelevant. You're supposed to integrate
but you need to get
them.
over it.
No, getting over it is not saying that your feelings are completely like useless.
No, they're not useless, but that sometimes is, do you really have to act on it, especially knowing that women tend to be emotional in nature. I mean, feelings are just not facts, and sometimes you just need to get that in your head.
No, so this is a good example of what I'm trying to talk about, right? There's this weird dichotomy now you've got, right? Between feelings and facts, right? And I'm saying, well, actually, reality is paradoxical in the sense that we need to try to balance facts and feelings and recognize that they influence each other and that we are not entirely rational beings. And in fact, we're not even supposed to be operating entirely out of the rational intellect alone anyway. That's a bad thing. Because
how is it bad?
will.
How is it bad?
That's human will alone. We're supposed to be acting with God's love and God's grace influencing our will.
That's a very gynocentric perspective.
No, it's not. That's the Christian perspective.
Well, no, because the male brain tends to operate more based off of facts and more logic. Feelings in general, and anything of deeper dimensions is actually a very feminine way of looking at things.
No, it's not. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Because Christianity is about making sure that those two things, you're understanding that you are a paradox as a human, and you can't trying to operate in one or the other alone without being in union with God, that either side alone without being in union with God results in destruction in the world.
Okay, I would not disagree with that.
So if you actually talk to Orthodox clergy, people who are scholars in Orthodoxy, Orthodox theology, right? They will talk to you about the Orthodox conception of this, which I believe explains this in a more in-depth manner than say like Protestantism, even though I really have love for my Protestant brothers and sisters. I'm just saying that like they have a concept of this which I think to me made more sense when I looked into it. When they talk about the nous, right, which is the mind and the heart, and it's kind of like it's kind of thinking about it like you connecting your rationalism in the heart, where the eye of the soul is, and that's sort of where the Holy Spirit is working through you as a Christian, or working in you, becoming, right?
What if you were to explain this to an atheist?
I don't know whether
I can explain it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm so hang on. What I'm trying to explain to you is that Christianity is not about saying for you to be good. Like Jesus didn't say, hey, like I'm going to let go of my masculinity so that we can promote love and kindness. He was about basically saying, this is a paradox. I have sacrificed myself, and I'm the archetypal man. I'm the second Adam. I've sacrificed myself for what was done, right? To try and bring everybody back in union with God. And he's literally inverting his masculinity in that way, the man part of him, right? By doing that. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying that you can be a strong, boundaried, masculine man, right? As long as you're in union with God's love and God's grace and all of this, and you're working towards that, you're in internal repentance, you're continuously looking about the fact that operating entirely out of the intellect and like rationalism alone, yeah, is also another way where your will is going to cause destruction because it doesn't have God's love and a union with God with it. Yeah, that is basically what Christians promote. I mean, I know that Protestants and Roman Catholics will have a different way of talking about it, maybe, but like that we're all unified about how Jesus changed the nature of reality for everybody. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, that paradox sounds like a paradox in itself. That basically we just need to accept that things don't make sense and just accept it for what it is, and that feelings are valid, but facts also are, and that's a paradox, and that just is. Which absolutely makes zero sense.
Okay, I think that's a good starting point to understand it. I'll leave it there.
Hey, so I just want to say something quick. Well, I'm going to try and then I'm going to go to bed. Because it's late here. So, from a psychological perspective, by the way, kind of like non-godly perspective, even though our psychology reflects the order of God in the gender roles and all of that, and a lot of it is in the Bible. But we have something that's called animus in anima, by the way, Josie. That's a homework for you. It's from psychologist Carl Jung.
Can you repeat that for me? Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I put it in the chat.
Thank you.
Animus and anima. It's a psychological concept from Carl Jung, and he describes as the feminine and the masculine in each of one of us. And if you really think deep, you can pick yourself. You can pick yourself like a relationship with you and your dad, or if you had brothers or a mom, and how that affected you as a woman. Or if you have brothers, you can pick them and see how maybe the personality of your mom affected them as men. Like all of these, it's part of that feminine and masculine. So there are polarizations in society, especially since the more natural order has been patriarchal. We're all more polarized to the masculine, almost all of us, like even women. So women naturally, a lot of the times, women repress their anima, which is their feminine. And how does that look like? That looks like a very, very, very logical woman that is not connected to her emotions. Now, how does a woman that has an anima and animus integrated looks like? It looks like an assertive woman. So let me explain to you kind of the difference. So, do you have children?
No.
Okay. So when you do have children, and I don't know if you want to or not, but if you do, you're going to realize that children are very emotional, both boys and girls. And when they feel scared about something, you're not just going to shut their feelings down, because that can actually cause trauma, because you're not being emotionally available for that child. So even though their feelings might be erratic, you're not going to go and say, oh, you're stupid. Why are you thinking like that? Fuck your feelings. No, you're
comparing women to children, basically. So you're reaffirming that women are kind of like children in a way.
I'm not comparing women to children. I'm explaining to you the evolution of humans. When you have a child, you will know what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing anything. I want you to understand that you have been so much You have gotten so brainwashed by these people that your brain
How would you know?
automatically goes there. Because your brain automatically goes to the same buzzwords that they
Because
use.
I disagree with you?
Josie, I'm probably a lot more older than you. I know the buzzwords in society, okay? I know what they say, I know what they use, you know. I live here too in society like you do. So I know their tactics. I know the tactics of the MRAs. I know the tactics of the feminists. I know the tactics. I wasn't born yesterday.
What's
So
MRA anyways?
trust me, you have been brainwashed by them because your mind automatically goes like, oh well, so
It's
women are
magnetic
children. No.
resonance and
Those are
geography is
MRA, those are MRA misogynist points. Oh well, let's treat women like children.
magnetic resonance and geogram is what MRA is.
Psychology of children. When children, you were a child. We were all children. When children are learning about something, they're very emotional creatures, and you have to guide them. You have to guide them, and you will understand that if you work with children, you will understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did I say women? I never said grown women. I'm not there yet. I'm talking about children.
Okay.
So we are all children. We have a child inside of us. All of us have some trauma in the past. All of us have something in the past. All of us. So I don't know if you've ever been through a very traumatic experience, but I have. I'm a breast cancer survivor, and I've been through a lot of shit because of that. And one thing I learned through my survivorship is that when you have a trauma and they amputate a breast, you cannot think your way out of your emotions. The therapists were very clear with me. I'm an engineer, by the way. I'm a super logical person. I am super analytical. All my life, I grew up with men, with boys. My dad. I'm super close to my dad. My animus, which is my male side, is super integrated in me. You could say I'm a masculine woman, a tomboy. I don't know, but that was who I was. When cancer hit in my life, I realized how much I had been suppressing my feminine side and my feelings. So, what did I do? My skill set were, you know what? I don't want to feel pain. I don't want to feel trauma. So I'm going to think my way out of my emotions. You can't do that. You can do that temporarily, but it will catch up to you. All traumas, everything, all feelings that you have come from a thought. Either a conscious thought or an unconscious thought. And what psychology does, it tries to bring that unconscious thought to the conscious so that you can heal. And when you are healing, you are going to be feeling a bunch of crazy feelings. And those feelings come from thoughts. Maybe there were thoughts that your parents put down there when you were doing something emotional, and they say, why are you being so stupid and emotional? Grow the fuck up. That could be a trauma. So you see, God gave us feelings and conscious. We're not separated.
I should punch a hole into a wall and excuse myself, and it's okay because I'm being an emotional woman going through shit.
Look, so you're the one judging your feelings.
Sure.
You're not gonna heal. You're not gonna heal if you don't let your.
I just don't think that it's a way to solve problem to just let your emotion take the best of you.
I'm not saying that you should let your emotions control you.
That's how you end up in jail.
Act on them. You're not gonna act on them, Josie. Listen to what I'm saying. You're gonna have emotions. We all do. Now you choose whether to act on them or not. That's called self-controlled. Now, when you have an emotion that doesn't serve you, that is not integrated, it doesn't give you and bring you peace. Let's say you want to fucking kill someone. You have bad thoughts about something.
God knows I do have a lot of those.
You feel angry. You need to understand what are your thoughts behind that. And that's part of CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. Or psychotherapy.
Oh, trust me, I do understand the feelings behind me wanting to fucking kill somebody. I don't act on it, but I certainly understand why.
We're not saying that feelings are good or bad. You're judging them. When you have a feeling, the feeling is...
No, I'm judging them acting on it.
Yeah, well, that's different though. You don't that will be sinning. So if you have a feeling about I want to punch someone because I'm angry, then obviously you're not gonna do that. That's lack of self-control.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, exactly. So we're not to be led and ruled by our feelings.
That's what I'm
That's a
saying.
given for both men and women. But that's not to say that you should negate and don't validate what you're thinking. Don't judge yourself. Investigate your feelings.
Oh,
Your
yeah, I do all the
feelings are
time. Trust
telling
me,
you
but
something
what
from
was
your
said
thoughts.
was her acting on it. Not what she was thinking. That was her actions.
No, acting on it. I mean, we're not little. I mean, obviously, Josie. I mean, you have to have you and all of us, not in you as in you, all of us. We need women and men. We need to have self-control over our emotions. But that doesn't mean we're going to repress them. No, if they are good emotions.
So now you're saying it's okay to act on them?
Oh my God, no. If you have a sinful emotion, you shouldn't be acting on it. You shouldn't be acting on it. But if it's affecting your life, you should probably try to understand and meditate, or where are those emotions coming from?
Maybe you should tell that to her before she goes and talks shit about another woman on a podcast and spread lies. I mean, because that was acting on it to me.
All right, again, we don't know if those were all lies.
I'm talking about you. I'm explaining to you the emotions.
Oh, but I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%.
Right, we don't. You know what? I think it's funny that you're bringing up. You are so upset about people lying. Earlier on, I asked you if you were recording this, or if you were a minion of Andrew or Rachel, and you said you wasn't. But it's come to my attention that you're live streaming this interaction.
Yeah, I'm live streaming it. I'm not recording.
Would you say? Well, it's going to be recorded because it's going to be on the internet.
No, I'm taking it down afterwards. My live streams are not public afterwards.
Okay.
Andrew doesn't give a shit about me anyway, so like.
I had an inkling, had some intuition.
So you had some minions too.
No, I don't have minions. I just had an inkling.
Well, that's funny that you're calling me a minion. I feel it quite degrading.
Now I can sense from you that your emotions are overriding your rationalism, because now you're getting a bit.
But you're calling me a minion. I mean, I think I've been patient.
No. I asked you earlier if you were a minion, and you said you wasn't, right?
I'm not, and I still stand on the fact that I'm not. Like you said, you are so much better than that.
Now the speed and tone of your voice
is
getting quite fast.
You are so much more than that, and here you are calling me a minion, reducing me to a minion.
I'm not reducing you to a minion.
Well, you just did. You just did. I have feelings.
No, I did not. So it's come to my attention that you're live streaming this interaction. Do you know what? I'm actually okay with that, right? I understand that everything I say on the internet could be recorded and people will chat shit about me.
I have like
that's
6
the risk
viewers.
I take by being here.
I have like 6 viewers.
Okay.
It's not that deep.
Well done you.
So,
what
Josie,
I'm trying to say, is like, yeah, I gave you a chance earlier to like let us know that you were doing something like this, and you didn't take it, and now it's come to my attention that is what you're doing, and I think it's very interesting that you have been going on about the fact that you think that autocorrect lied about Andrew, and that clearly outrages you on some level. And yet here you are lying by omission, even though I did actually.
Well, that's not lying. I'm not recording to send to Andrew. I'm not recording.
I said to you, are you recording this? And you're live streaming it.
That's not recording. Those are two different things. When I open OBS, I have a recording option and a streaming option.
Do you not think that there's a gray area between those two? Because if you're live streaming it, then you are doing something that is deceptive.
Oh, in a computer, trust me, in a computer-wise, there is a heck of a difference because it changes the complete setup of my OBS.
Do you agree that that is deceptive?
Nope.
No. So if I went on your space and I was live streaming it without telling you or asking your permission, do you think that you would not how would you feel about that, or what would you think about it? Both of those two.
Well, you should probably protect yourself a little bit more if it bothers you, because that's what I do.
This was a hypothetical question where I tried to get you to actually think about.
Are you gonna let me answer it? Are you gonna let me answer it?
Answer the question.
Okay, how would I feel about it? That's fine, actually. That is totally fine, because everything that's on here, that's actually public domain. It's fair use. It's called fair use.
Right.
I mean, either way, I don't think. I mean, Natty, I don't think we've been talking anything. I mean, weird. I don't think.
No. This is what I'm trying to
Your
say.
name, your name isn't on there. Your name, your username. None of your usernames are on there. First of all, it's only the audio.
I know that people. I know that people do this kind of thing, but I had an inkling that she was doing this, something like that, and I asked her earlier, "Are you recording this?" Yeah, and she said no.
It is not recorded. I will not have the footage. Once I end the stream, it is gone.
I have a question, Josie. Were you being honest when you were asking me, so are we to be led by our emotions? Were you trying to trick me, or you were being honest with your question? Because I was being very honest with you.
No, I'm being very honest too. Just
okay.
Okay. Are you being tricked by the emotions?
I don't know if you were trying to trick me, but...
No, I'm not trying to trick you. You kind of just contradicted yourself with what was being said before. But as far as your opinion on emotions, I totally agree with you. 100%.
How did I contradict myself?
Because with what was said before, to say, you live emotions and you shouldn't actually act on it, but you go through emotions, and then it's what is the way that you react to those emotions and your actions afterwards. Well, what was autocorrect bringing up? It wasn't what she was thinking, it was her actions.
I wasn't talking about autocorrect. I was talking to you about emotions. About not being led by emotions, but also realize that you're having those feelings and contemplate the thoughts behind it. So I don't know why you keep. That's why I'm asking. Are you tricking me right now?
No, I'm not tricking you. You brought it up yourself.
I don't want to talk about autocorrect. I was talking about you and I. I was giving you a personal. I was using a personal example in my life to try to help you understand the psychology of emotions and mind.
Yeah, but I agree with you, and I appreciate you bringing that up. I appreciate you bringing that up. I think you are trying to make me feel guilty for just calling out the obvious here. That the point that you brought up is extremely valid. However, it validates my main idea that autocorrect is an absolute grifter who acted on her emotions. Okay, and that she is, if Andrew is a sinner, she is as much of a sinner as he is, and we are all sinner down the line. But she needs to take some accountability for her actions.
I'm sure she would. Josie, is that what you want to hear? I'm sure she would. Let's judge her. Because that's what you want to do, right? You want to judge her?
Sure.
Yeah, maybe she should be more, I don't know, less emotional. Yeah, well, she's humans. Oh my God, we humans have emotion. The same way that Andrew at the end, he was like, blah, 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 blah. And you should listen to Rachel. Blah, 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 blah. The recording is out there. Listen to her. So, really, are we going to... Okay, let's judge humans. You know what, Josie? Humans have emotions. Oh, my God.
Judge who?
No, you want to judge people because they have emotions. Yeah.
Can
let's
I
judge
chime
them.
in
Yeah,
here?
they all do have emotions.
Yeah,
Rachel
go
has
ahead.
them. Andrew has them. They all have them.
I'm just reading the title here. Why Andrew is wrong and thinks feminism is out to get him. Wouldn't you think like feminism is widespread in Western societies? Like, wouldn't you agree to that that's a thing?
Okay. Hello, Glenn. I don't know where you were earlier in the conversation. We went over why I did that title already.
No, I was just asking the question.
Do you know anything about me? Do you know anything about me?
I was in the space earlier.
Glenn is here in good faith. Okay. I can promise you that on God.
Okay, you're not here in good faith, Josie, so I don't
How
trust
am I
anything
not here
you
in
say
good faith? I've spent like how many hours of here?
You're live streaming it, so,
So
it's okay.
what?
It's okay. I accept that.
They're gonna hold me accountable if I'm not. They're gonna call me like a. They're gonna call me a freaking scumbag bitch if I'm not.
I really try not to do that with people, especially if they haven't done it for
Be
me.
nice to yourself, Josie. Be nice to yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. Just
Well,
like,
she
I
called
think-
me somebody who isn't here in good faith, so I'm not too sure if I'm allowed to see myself as a good person
I asked
anymore.
you earlier if you were recording this, and you said you wasn't, but you've been live streaming it, so you were not in good
Live
faith.
streaming
in
and
that
recording are two
interaction.
completely different things. You never asked me if I was live streaming it. I'm sorry if you think that's the
Okay,
same thing, but
you
it is
know that
not.
Listen, you know you've been deceptive here, and all you're doing is saying, "Oh, look, that you're trying to point out that autocorrect did something wrong," and I'm pointing out you've done something wrong, and you're not taking accountability here. So I want to respond to Glenn, and I would appreciate if you be quiet for a while I talk to him and don't interrupt.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Otherwise, I'm going to remove you as speaker for temporarily. Okay.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Glenn, I just want you to understand this. I am a former men's rights activist. Okay. I was heavily involved in the movement for 5 years. I know all the major players, right? And that overlaps with the manosphere, red pill stuff. And then I became Orthodox, and I've been aware of Andrew and Rachel for years. Okay, and I used to watch their stuff years ago, right? A couple of years ago, maybe. I spent a long time debating feminism. I was anti-feminist. Yeah. I'm still not a feminist. My position about life generally now is less binary in the sense that when I look at different ideologies, I can see the insights and truths they may have, and I feel like I can extract those truths out of it and
Okay,
not
I'm
necessarily
muted now.
subscribe to
Did he
the
actually call
ideology
me
as a
call
whole.
me a bish?
So when you come in here and ask a question like that, you're not talking to a group of people here. In fact, I know quite a few people that are
What a
listening as well, who are ignorant of feminism or don't have critiques of it or whatever. Everybody here is either somewhat critical of it or has a lot of knowledge about it. Yeah, so do you understand the context of the people that you're talking with now?
Yeah, but it still doesn't. Still don't know how that answers
your
my question.
Your question seems to be from the presumption that people here are not aware of feminism and what it's done in society or how it arose, yada yada yada. We sort of like about 10 levels beyond that.
Yeah, but it still doesn't answer my question. I didn't assume that
I'm
you guys
saying
were.
it's not a question that's relevant to the context of this space.
Holy crap!
But
because
it's the title of your space.
No, because I can go over what we discussed earlier about why he thinks feminism is out to get him. Yeah. But we don't start off by saying, hey guys, do you even know that feminism's done this, done that? Everybody in here is kind of like 10 levels beyond that.
Well, I didn't ask that. Actually, my question was like, wouldn't you guys agree that feminism is in widespread on the West? I was just asking the question.
Again, I've just established that we do agree, we understand. We're already sort of beyond that point of the conversation.
Okay. Well, then that would follow up my next question. So then it would kind of be like feminism is out for all men.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, this is where I'm trying to say. I don't have this position that feminism is out to get all men in the way that you may be referring to and the way that Andrew promotes it. And that will require another conversation into my perspective and say maybe Ixer or someone else. Yeah,
that would be interesting.
You're not coming in here and doing what's called red pill splaining, because no offense, I don't mean to say this and sound like I'm being an egotistical look at me, but I was involved in the manosphere for I was a MRA for 6 years.
Respectfully, it sounds like you're casting judgment based off his appearance, ma'am.
No, I understand that he is going to come in and be like, well, this is what feminism's done. It's like we're all
it
sort of
sounds like you're
way
casting
beyond-
judgment. Wouldn't it then be sinful?
Okay, I'm removing you from speaker if you keep interrupting. Thank you.
Well, if you keep sinning, ma'am.
No, I understand that he is going to come in and be like, well, this is what feminism's done. It's like we're all sort
Well,
of
it sounds
way
like you're
beyond-
casting judgment. Wouldn't it then be
Okay,
sinful?
I'm removing you from speaker if you keep interrupting. Thank you.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
So
like
I'm
that.
going to, that is the tack that you're coming in on, and I'm saying you don't need to do that because we are beyond. We've already established. Everybody in this conversation is like already. We all sort of know and have been involved in this for a long time.
Now, wouldn't you agree that you're coming
Okay,
off a little
you're not responding. Hang on.
mental-
You don't just do that. Okay, I've just said a bunch of stuff, and you're going to ignore what I've just said and continue
no, I'm actually
on.
rebuttaling. I'm
No,
just you're
okay. No.
I was quiet. Then you
No. Can you acknowledge
acknowledge what?
that?
You would think
Acknowledge that
what
you
I
are
was gonna
talking
say?
to people that have taken
Sure, I'm
on
talking to people that
all
know
different
stuff.
critiques of feminism and understand it
But that's
quite
irrelevant to my
significantly.
point.
Good.
Sure, but
So,
that's
no,
irrelevant to my
please,
point.
no. You need to acknowledge that first before you start
I
bringing.
acknowledge what you said, but that's still
Okay, so
can
you acknowledge it.
that you
Good.
think that you are being judgmental and assuming that you know what I was going to say. Because I wasn't going to
understand.
say any of that. Anything that you just listed.
Okay,
I
well,
wasn't
go
gonna
on,
say
go
any of
ahead,
that. So that's another
go
presumption
ahead,
of
and
you.
say what you're going to say. Then go on.
No,
go
no.
ahead.
Can I get an apology for assuming that you know what I was going to say?
No,
Yeah, Glenn,
I'm
fucking
not
tell her.
apologizing because I haven't done anything.
What
wrong.
the fuck?
You actually did. You assumed that you knew what I was going to say.
You sinner.
and you
Go
made a
on. What are
judgment
you
call.
going? Go on. Prove it then.
Wow,
Go and say
You
what you're
just
gonna say.
did. I got you on
Prove
tape,
it.
remember?
Prove it.
Look, all I
Go
was
and
going
say
to say was that when it comes to understanding that, there's a lot of Christians that are just attacking each other on this space, and that we know that a lot of Christian churches have fallen into feminism here in America. It just seems like I would say that the feminism has like kind of attacked Christian men in many ways, and that
Hey, Tim.
orthodoxy is one of the last strongholds that they really haven't got into. And it just seems like the girl earlier tonight, she was just going off about her feelings because she didn't like the way the debate ended. And this is like part 2 of that. And then I'm looking at the title and I'm like, well, yeah, feminism's out to get all Christian men in the negative sense. So didn't I just prove that I didn't say anything that you were going to say?
No, you've said exactly what I thought you was gonna say.
Really? Because
yes, you did.
Really?
You did. Yeah, you pretty much did. So look, I would say within the ideology of feminism, there is different branches, right? And there are some that aim to completely eradicate and get rid of the patriarchy. But pretty much most people who subscribe to it, some tenets of feminism, believe that they just want to be known as equal, or they want equal opportunity, equal rights, yada yada. They are there for that reason. The more
Did I just get booted? I can't hear.
you've got the TERFs versus other feminists who are like, pro all of that stuff. I know that you're aware of it. So what I'm trying to say is that this issue is
Orthodox.
not black and white as has been made out. And I used to be somebody who promoted some of what you're saying in a more black and white manner, in a very simplistic, dualistic way. And it's not actually dualistic at all. It's quite complex.
What do you think about servant leadership?
Ooh.
Can we continue talking about what we're talking about now?
I think that it's actually
no, I'm not jumping to or you bringing in your whatever it is you're trying to get to.
I think that the conversation.
No, we're having a conversation. We're not having.
We are having a conversation.
No, if we're in a conversation, you respond to what the last person said. You don't just go. Can you? And then with a preconceived question that you're trying to ask because you want to get to something you're trying to prove. I am not a feminist, and I'm not a liberal, and I'm not trying to promote liberalism infecting the church or any church.
Okay, but I did it.
No. Listen to me. I don't play these games when I know that's what you're trying to do. I don't have hours of the day. Listen, I don't have. I do not have hours of the day.
Don't read mine.
No, it's not. I'm not reading
Christ, let him speak.
But I understand because this is the type of thing that I used to do as well.
But again, I'm not you.
I can see what the tactics are.
You, and you don't know me.
No. Listen, if you are not what I'm saying, right? Then you will respond.
No, that's not.
Because we're having.
Let him speak.
No,
not what I say. You're going to respond the way I want you to.
You respond to what
let
I
him
said,
speak,
and you
for
won't
fuck's
jump
sake.
in with a question designed to get me to a destination where you try and claim that I am a feminist and I am trying to promote liberalism in the church. Okay,
He never said that.
And say we will have a conversation. No, we will have a. We will have a No. We will have a conversation.
We are having a conversation, but you're trying to assume that I know. You know what I'm saying.
Good. So if we're having a conversation, you respond.
And I am responding. You just don't like the way that I'm responding.
No, good. Respond to what
Stop
I just
speaking
said.
over
I'm
each
answering your
other.
question.
That's all it is.
No, I don't like the fact that you're trying to lead me down a path to try and prove that I am a feminist promoting liberalism in the church. That's exactly what you're going to try and do because we know what the tactics are. So respond to what I just said. Respond to what I just said. Go ahead. Go ahead and respond to what I just said about a minute ago before this. Go ahead. No, you're not going to ask me a question. You respond right. Okay, goodbye if you're not going to do that.
My response.
Okay, all right.
Bye, buddy. Bye, buddy. The rest,
If you want to get some cowpole, you can. I don't think he is really hot, but whatever.
What's happening?
Respond to what I just said, please. The response is not with a question that's designed for you to divert into another track for you to try and prove that I'm some feminist liberal infecting the church. We're not doing that, okay? Respond.
So what is your thoughts on servant leadership? I mean...
Okay, goodbye if you're not going to respond. Goodbye.
Really, woman? Hello? What's happening? What's happening now? Is this still going on? Hello?
Hey, sorry about that. Right. We have Josie still wants to talk, and Tim. But listen, Axe is gone. She's listening now. I'm not interested in this whole right. I'm going to try and prove you're feminist, liberal, trying to
He was
infect the
not trying to
church,
do
because that's not what I am. It's like entirely ridiculous as well that this is where we're at now, where I have to prove to people that even though I spent 6 years, 6 years debating feminists, being on the MRA side, right? Being in the right wing, promoting some of that stuff. And now I'm like, okay, like go into Orthodoxy, you were encouraged to develop and mature in the faith, right? And just understand the world is complex and that we are all existing in a paradoxical manner, right? And we cannot have conversations where people start to consider the nuance and the complexity of all of it. Instead, they just come in and they're just like, I'm just going to try and prove this about you. And I know that's what that guy's trying to do. And I would like it if he didn't do that. He may even still have that bias in his brain, but, you know, just
he's not trying to do
the
that.
conversation to actually get to the point where, you know, like, okay, let me see if I can unravel maybe some of the biases or viewpoints that you may have, right? And this is what this whole conversation is about. It's about the fact that we as humans, I think, have this tendency to just want the most simplistic answer, and it's a dualistic narrative we have. Everything has to be black or white, one or the other. And we all know that we're more complex than that as humans. And for some reason, we still want to project this out onto other people, onto everyone else all the time in everything. It's really disturbing, to be honest. Right, he's gone. Josie, you want to talk? But Josie, again, like,
got me on or what?
Who else wants to speak? There we go. What's going on here?
The post, Natty, that Josie's live streaming in YouTube. Thanks for sharing. Hey, Josie, should I charge you, like, I don't know, by the minute or something? Should I charge? Come on, you gotta give me some commission. Come on.
For my 6 viewers, I mean, feel free to set up a Streamlabs. Maybe they're gonna tip
Look,
you.
I'm messing with you, girl. I'm not interested. I'm messing with you.
Me too.
However, I'm gonna have to say that I don't know. I think that was kind of sneaky of you, and I don't think I trust you.
Well, you don't have to trust me. That's the great thing about being here, you know, the internet, is you don't have to trust me because everything is secured. And honestly, your name isn't on there. Even your username isn't on there.
What does that mean? On where?
That means it's an audio feed. There's no visual. So people don't even have access to your username. So it's really just the sound of your voice.
I mean, I think it would just be, you know, honest if you just tell someone, hey, by the way, I'm recording you. I think that would just be, you know,
it would be nice.
No, it will be respectful.
It would be nice.
It will be respectful, Josie.
Be respectful. I'm taking notes.
Yeah, I think you should be a little bit more respectful.
Okay.
If you're gonna use someone else's voice to benefit and make money off of it.
How am I making money off of it? I've got 6 viewers there.
I don't know. Why are you doing that?
Good question.
Enjoy that as a hobby?
Yeah.
Nice. Do you intend to make money off it in the future?
I don't know. No, not really. I don't really need to. It sounds like you're casting judgment, though.
Yeah, everything to you is passing judgment, Josie.
Hey, you brought me back.
You can't ask him
Glenn
to come
wasn't.
back,
Glenn
didn't he?
wasn't calling you a feminist at all. By the way, I don't know why you assumed that right off the bat and started to get like really emotional about it. But he was not, and I can promise you that.
I'm fine with my emotions.
Everybody calls everybody a feminist here in this app.
Yeah,
But he did not call you a feminist and doesn't think you're a feminist.
Yeah, I bet 100% think he will be saying I'm a feminist.
Well, bet me on
And
it.
who
Like,
cares,
try
Daddy?
me.
Who
Try
cares?
me.
Who cares? This is you and God.
Oh, okay.
And who cares
No.
even? Yeah, exactly. Who cares if he does? But you
That's
didn't
why
even give him a
people
chance to prove himself.
The reason I was saying to him, I'm not doing this.
I'm not gonna call you a feminist, but you're certainly a misandrist. Like, sorry.
No, I'm not a misandrist either.
Well, why do you assume things about a guy you don't know?
Josie, why are you such a...
I assumed because he came in with a particular style of question, and then he
What
started
style of
saying
question? You
what-
allowed him to say 3
yeah.
words. You spoke over him the whole time. That's not
Josie,
fair.
Your emotions are controlling you again.
Absolutely
You need to go back
not.
to being
My
a
judgment is
Self-control,
pretty.
Josie.
My judgment is pretty based in
Josie,
reality.
Control yourself. Control
The
yourself.
gaslighting. Holy crap.
Self-control, Josie. Self-control.
Wow.
No, I'm done with self-control for now. This is a whole bunch of nonsense
The only
here.
other man who was in this conversation.
Self-control, girl.
No, nothing to do with him being a man. Okay? Because I've gone back and
Why
forth
did
with
you
in a
assume that he
similar
was
way.
going to call you a feminist?
Because of the strategy of the questions he was asking.
He
I
asked
know
you
what
a
these guys
question.
do.
This is not her first rodeo, Natty. I mean, Josie. This is not Natty's.
Glenn is not a debater at all.
I know what these. What do you mean a danger? No one's a danger. What are we talking about? But the point is, I'm not.
I didn't say danger. I said he's not a debater.
He's not a debater, and yet he comes in with a strategy with these questions that are designed for him to go. Oh,
No, you took that as a personal attack because you did cast judgment.
No, I didn't take it as a personal attack.
What
Yeah,
about his
because I am-
feelings, though?
Josie. You really don't. You're really not processing when I say something. You're just talking. Yeah, like
Sounds like projection.
You know,
No,
I'm
it's not
convinced that the
projection,
women that
it's
are
an
always saying
observation.
hold on,
feelings are the
Natty,
ones that
No,
need to
Let Sigma speak.
Sigma, I'm gonna mute you if you start saying your
Really?
bullshit in this
Go ahead, be a
moment.
misandrist. Mute me. Like you're
I'm
gonna
not a misandrist.
convinced
call you
that
out
the
on it.
women that are rejected.
You guys
like,
have been
nothing
talking
to
like
do
for
with
the
you
last 2
being
hours. Holy shit.
Sigma.
are the
this is
ones
not-
that really need to self-control.
It's not what. It's not what. It's not. You don't want to. You want to control the conversation like you have been for the last 2 hours.
Me? No.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm hosting the space, right?
Yeah.
And I wanted the conversation to be
Then
about
record the video and just post it. Who would just let you
Right.
talk for an hour by yourself? Holy shit. I want to
Sigma. If
interact
you
with you.
don't like, if
And
you
I-
don't like it, all right, go away. Off you go. Bye.
Hey, I'm sorry, Natty. Just one question for Josie. Just
Go
one.
away, Sigma, if you want.
Josie, why did you follow me and not Natty?
Perhaps I should, considering you're not going to let me
I'm
speak.
following her.
Why are you following me? Why did you decide to follow me? I'm curious.
Because I thought somebody told me that I had to follow the speakers for them to see that I wanted to speak in the space, and you were one of the speakers. I'm new to the Twitter Spaces. I'm sorry.
So you're following me for you to use for you. So you're an opportunistic.
Oh,
So you
I'm
don't
sorry.
care about my page. You just care about you. Okay, so I'm gonna remove you because I don't want you to follow me. I'm
Okay.
gonna remove you. Okay. Okay.
Oh my god, make sure to follow me, Josie, because you
Oh,
are
status games continue.
hilarious.
There you go. Done.
Natty, can I comment now? Come on.
Sigma, if it's going to be you trying to be like, well, look at what you're doing, Natty. You're doing this. You're doing that. If it's just going to be you to try and pick in that way, then I'd rather not, because it's not conductive to what the conversation was originally about.
I would like to hear what Sigma has to say.
To everyone in the chat, you've been doing that for the last 2 hours.
No, that's because we were talking about Andrew, and then Josie started saying, well, don't you think blah, 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 right? And then she started picking at me as well. Anyway, so what is it you want to say, Sigma? Because, no, I'm not a misandrist, okay?
No, that wasn't really what I wanted to comment on.
So what do you want to say then?
I guess I'll just listen. I lost it, really. I can,
Well, I've been fighting for you. That's what you come up with? God damn it.
Well, you gotta give me a minute. Just keep talking, you know? I mean, I was noting, like, again, what I call the status games, and how Natty is like, you make a lot of... Oh, this is what I wanted to bring up. Is that you operate, like, with your intentions a lot. You think that all that matters is your intent to think. Oh my God! How the other people are
Warren Heiser has just tipped $10.
That's what I've noted. Like, yeah, you've been like, I'm not trying to do this, I'm not trying to do that, or I'm trying to do this, and I'm trying to do that. But then are you really achieving that? Right? There's a lot of people who have, like, intentions, right? But they don't actually, like, make that thing happen, right? Or they make something maybe completely contrasting to what they intend. Right? Don't you? Aren't you?
What's your
haven't
point,
you heard
Sigma?
the acumen? Like the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right?
What's your point, Sigma?
Well, it's just noting that when somebody brings up a criticism about you, you're like, no, it's not that way. Not the like, how could it be, or even just to play with it, right? Just
no,
I've
played with this.
You do it again, right? You're just like, no.
Over and times, again and again. No, because I know what Sigma. I know what your worldview is, and I fundamentally disagree with it. So
you're not addressing the idea right now, which is this topic.
I will do what you're trying to do now is all related to your worldview. That you think I'm trying to force things on people, and that's not what I'm trying to do. Because that's what you think.
I know what you're trying to do, but what you are doing is effectively.
No. Nope.
Right now, like instead of no, you're just like no, it's not the case. My will over your will. I'm not going to.
No, it's not a battle. It's not a battle of wills in that way that you frame it, Sigma. And this is not what this conversation was supposed to be about.
Right there,
again, you're going to try and make it about that.
Not what you want.
Yeah, but I hosted the space, so therefore it's appropriate for me to dictate what the conversation was about.
That you are trying to dominate and dictate the circumstance, just as you were trying to do with Andrew.
Oh my goodness.
And the thing with Andrew was that him and autocorrect were going back and forth, and he was being rude, and she asked me to come in and be a co-host, and at some
doesn't
point
refute my claim.
Yes, it does.
I've already heard this. No, it doesn't. It just says that this is the reason I did dominate and attempt to do. That's all you're explaining.
Sigma. What Andrew Wilson does, is engage in bad faith argumentation. He does not come at it where you're trying to reach some type of understanding, or even debate within the rules that he supposedly adheres to, right? So when I came into that conversation, I was like, yeah, I'm here to represent stuff from the Orthodox side. No, I don't speak on behalf of the church. I'm just a person who's Orthodox. I'm a woman, and I'm just representing the fact that when he talks to Protestants, he tries to claim that he is superior over them because he's an Orthodox.
The contradiction, like if you're going to be a representative, you are speaking. Are you not?
That's what I came into the conversation, right? Because they were going back and forth, and it wasn't.
You're not very
They were going back and forth, and it wasn't going anywhere for ages. And she asked me to come in.
So much. I appreciate that a lot.
Again, I listened to it long enough and heard them going back and forth, and him being rude, right? And she asked me to come in and co-host, and she wanted me to speak at some point.
But you did fabricate. You embellished a little bit.
Eventually, I decided to start speaking, and yes, that turns into a dominance game. That turns into a dominance game with somebody who is treating it that way in the first place, which is what Andrew does.
You know that Glenn is a youth pastor.
So what?
Natty, I just don't know how you can expect other people to act like in that way when you engage in the same behavior, right? And you're just doing this to justify all this reason justifies my action.
The whole point of what we were talking about earlier, and you've been here the whole time, was that autocorrect did not engage in that behavior for 7 hours.
You don't know that.
I do know that because I listened to some of it. Yes, it's recorded. And yeah. And Aixa and other people who listen to the whole thing have confirmed that with me. And I know that he engages in bad faith from the beginning.
This is kind of dishonest, right? You're just like, okay,
no, it's not
that's their
dishonest.
interpretation.
Hey,
no, it's not my interpretation. And we're not doing this, Sigma. We're not turning this into where you get to start telling everybody about how everybody's forcing everything on everyone and your weird trialectic belief system. Okay?
See how you go? Like this, that's bad faith argumentation.
I
haven't brought up anything about your worldviews or anything like that. I'm just operating on
I think your friend has something to say.
That's exactly what you're trying to do, Sigma.
You're doing what Andrew does. What you're claiming Andrew does,
no,
you're doing.
I'm not doing what Andrew does. I'm just pointing out that's what you're attempting to do to me.
Well, you're speaking over your friend.
Tangential,
sorry
concepts.
To interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Just leave then. Holy shit.
I'm gonna leave. So, but I'm gonna say something to really quick. Josie, I'm sorry, but I had to block you. I just don't trust you. I mean, sorry. I mean, I was being very honest with you, and then you start. I don't know.
Well, I'm glad you beat cancer, and that. Thank you for sharing that.
Yes, so thank you, and sorry. It's just
It's okay.
All right, Sigma, rude man, go on. Bye bye.
Now he's back to listener mode.
I've put him down again because the thing about Sigma is that he has this circular argumentation, right? Because his whole worldview is that women are engaging in some kind of domination status game and that their whole existence is based on denying that they're doing that.
So why mute him then?
Because we have had this conversation a million times. And it's pointless
so
because he doesn't.
And one shouldn't hurt, no?
No, when he comes in, right, that's what he does. And when we're talking about something else, then he accuses me of doing something that he's doing himself, right? It's just, then it just goes around and around and around and around and around.
True at once?
Yeah, of course, two things can be true at once.
That wouldn't be a paradox, wouldn't it be?
Of course. Good. I'm glad you understand what I was trying to say earlier. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
No, that's good. Because I don't know if you were actually listening or paying attention, but you were. So that's cool.
I mean, I was listening very carefully to everything you were saying. You did not waste your time here.
Yeah. No, clearly, when you are live streaming the whole thing.
Well, no, I mean, why not share relevant things that people have to say about a different perspective, And like I said,
as if I don't think that's the reason you're doing it, but it's okay anyway.
I mean, you assume things a lot. You assume a lot of things without necessarily knowing based off of your previous experiences with people.
No, yeah, but
see, that's trauma right there.
No, that's called wisdom.
No, that's trauma.
No, it's just wisdom, experience.
Is there a difference, anyways? The trauma builds wisdom.
Everybody has experiences trauma.
Yeah, I call it baggage, but however you want to look at it.
Yeah, no, those terms are kind of interchangeable. I don't know.
You do assume a lot of things, though. Why did you assume that Glenn was red pill?
Has a different connotation.
Why did you assume that Glenn was red pill? Was going to call you a feminist?
Because of what he said.
You didn't say anything. You didn't let him.
No, I did let him say something.
Listen, Glenn is a good friend, and I just cannot let you speak of him that way.
I'm sorry that you're upset that me and Glenn did not.
I'm sorry that you're upset. Wow. I'm sorry that you're upset. Really?
Yep, really.
So just don't say you're sorry because you're not. That's a lie.
I'm genuinely sorry that you are upset about it.
You are sorry that you are upset. That's what narcissistic people say,
I am not upset about what I said to Glenn.
I'm sorry your feelings are hurt. It's like, yeah, you might as well not apologize at all.
I am not sorry. I am not sorry.
So you're not sorry. Okay, good. Glad we got that straight. Now let's not lie, okay?
But I am sorry that you're upset about it. I think that's a shame.
I'm sorry that you are upset. Am I upset? I mean, no, I just think that's a shame. I just think that's a shame.
You just said you were upset.
No, I did not say I was upset. I said that is not okay.
Yeah, but okay, do you feel upset about it?
Now we're going to talk about my feelings again.
But you are talking about your feelings.
Well, the fact is that you being sorry for my feelings is absolute bullshit.
Well, it's called empathy.
No, it's called narcissism.
No, it's called empathy.
It's called half-assed empathy, sure. Oh, I care so much, but you're sorry that my feelings are hurt. Come on.
I genuinely don't want your feelings to be hurt about that. I'm serious.
Well, my feelings are hurt that you're sorry my feelings are hurt. How about that?
Okay. Well, that's happened now.
That's quite a sin we got there. You should maybe sleep on that. Being sorry that your feelings are hurt. Is that the way you talk to your husband at home too?
It depends on what's going on.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That's just my 2 cents.
My husband's.
That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, Josie. The reason I said that to Glenn was because this narrative about feminism is attacking men, feminism wants to destroy men.
Did he say that?
It's not as simple as everybody.
You assume things again.
No, he did say that.
Yeah.
He did say that.
Did he say feminism?
He said feminism is out to get men.
That perhaps that the idea in general, the idea that you were establishing, it was to establish the context of where Andrew was coming from and where certain people are coming from. It was to establish the opposition.
But he did say that. He said, when I did finally say, look, I don't want to do this because I'm not here to be having this long at that time I was like, I don't want to have this long thing where you start to try and build up a case where you claim that I'm a feminist, liberal, trying to infect the church.
Yeah, and he did say that's not what he was about to do. But you assume that it was his intention. You assume things, you cast a judgment, so just face your own sins.
And I stand by it.
So you assume things, you cast judgment.
Yes, I cast judgment. Yeah.
Maybe you should actually use my recording. Maybe if I'm recording.
I've never claimed in this conversation that I don't cast any judgment. So you're trying to hold me to a standard. You are trying to. Okay, so I can explain.
No,
that
please
in a
don't.
second.
That we've heard enough of this.
Well, then you're trying to hold me to a standard that we haven't even established what that is.
Is your standard the Bible? I don't know. Maybe if I am recording like you claim I am, maybe you should bring that recording to your priest and ask what he thinks about it.
You're live streaming this conversation and you were deceptive about it.
Yeah, maybe you should tag your priest in the comments so he can hear what you're saying, and I'm sure that he would say, yeah, repent.
You haven't said, oh, you know what, that was deceptive. I should have probably asked your permission, my bad. You haven't done that. There's been no accountability from you in regards to that
because I don't owe you any of that. It's a public space.
Okay, so if you don't owe me any of that,
you can read the community guidelines and the law. I'm well informed when it comes to the law and live streaming, my dear.
What standard are you trying to hold me to here? Because what standard are you trying to hold me to?
You could do the same. You could do the same to me. I could be pissed about it, and you could be like pissed off. And I would say that's fair game. That's fair game.
What standard are you trying to hold me to?
The law.
I'm not sure. What law?
The law of the state of California. I guess you're in England, but I'm pretty sure that when it comes to content and social media, I believe it is the same.
No, you're not answering the question I asked. I said, you're trying to hold me. You're saying to me, oh, you're judging. I'm like, what standard are you trying to hold me to about that? What standard
Well,
are you trying to hold me
isn't
to?
it that Christianity, when it comes to casting judgment, I'm pretty sure that there's a place in your holy book that says that you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, so in regards to the judgment stuff,
and even that you shouldn't assume that people are just gonna do things.
I'm trying to ask. I assumed correctly, especially with the way that you're reacting now. I will die on the hill that I assumed correctly, because when he started
And I'm
talking,
dying on the hill that you assume things over somebody that is actually a great man.
I've never said he wasn't a great man. Did you see what I was saying earlier?
Not great enough for you to even have a discussion with him because you assumed that he was gonna make assumptions?
No, but because his line of questioning was indicative of him trying to lead me into a corner where he's going to claim that I'm some feminist or liberal. Okay? And I know when people are trying to do this most of the time, because I have used these tactics before myself.
Well, so you're projecting. Okay? You're literally admitting that you're projecting.
No, I'm not projecting.
Well, you literally are.
Josie, projection would mean that I'm doing that now.
Well, you did it yourself. That's how you know. Now. So you assume other people do that. You assume other people do that. That is called solipsism. That's called solipsism.
No, I said that I've done that in the past.
That's called solipsism. To assume that the whole world operates your way that you operate, that is called solipsism.
That's what Sigma does. Sigma assumes everybody operates.
It's actually a very feminine thing to do. But
no. Women are not inherently solipsistic. That is.
We are solipsistic in nature. That has been proven scientifically multiple times.
No, it hasn't been proven scientifically.
Really?
Yes, really.
Because your case kind of proves it.
Women. So the main issue with women is that they're actually thinking about what everyone else thinks and what everyone else wants to do in the community more than themselves. That's actually the main flaw of women.
No, why is it that every time that we say women in general don't do XYZ, and every time I went, well, that's not true. I don't do that.
I didn't say I didn't say
in
that.
General.
I just made a claim.
In general.
I just made a claim about women as a group.
Well, see, you just did it right there.
I just made a claim about
you did it right there.
I don't have a problem.
I never said that it was you. You assumed I was talking about you.
I don't have a problem with making claims about men and women as a group. I didn't do that.
But you assumed that was you're assuming right now I'm talking about you.
No.
When I'm not. That is solipsistic in nature right there.
Oh,
you're contradicting yourself again.
Josie, you're being irrational now. Come on.
No, you're being irrational.
Yeah, no, you're being irrational because you've literally you're spurging a bit, I think, perhaps.
You've been spurging for like 2 hours.
No, you're spurging right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you called me autistic when I wasn't spurging earlier. You called me autistic. You called me autistic. You called me autistic when I wasn't spurging earlier. So now what's the problem?
Huh?
You called me autistic. You asked me if I was autistic because I wasn't spurging.
No, I asked
yes,
you for
did.
Autistic. But that's not the reason why I asked you.
Because you didn't like the way that I was not answering after you said something. Now I'm spurging.
The reason I asked you was because you have you have a very a voice and a very mute tone, and the way that
not so mute now, isn't it?
Back and forth, where you don't pick up on certain inflections in the conversation. That is indicative of somebody with autism, and I've got loads of friends with autism. I was saying I
self-diagnosed too.
Huh?
It's also self-diagnosed, like you. Okay.
No, actually, I've got at least 4 friends who are definitely under the care of doctors regarding that. So, no, I think I've probably got a bit of ADHD.
Another self-diagnosis. You wouldn't have made it that far without medication if you actually had ADHD. Okay, so please, let's not play doctor here. We're not here for this.
No, okay. I've spoken to loads of people that are neurodivergent.
I don't care.
And a lot of them,
I don't care.
A lot of don't mind talking about self-diagnosis because it's pretty difficult to get.
I really don't care, honestly.
Okay.
What were we talking about?
Josie, you're just showing that this whole conversation, pretty much, I think, is based on.
I don't want to talk about mental health with somebody that isn't a professional in the field. Sorry, is that wrong? There's enough misinformation out there about mental health.
All you had to say was yes or no. Instead, you just got offended about it.
No, that wasn't. I did not just have to say yes or no. You were just spurging with an open-ended statement.
I wasn't spurging at the time when I asked you about autism. I was just asking you because I genuinely
because I wasn't spurging enough. That's right. That's right.
No, it's not because you wasn't spurging
enough. Now let's get back to what we were saying. You were assuming that I was talking about you.
No. It's not because you weren't spurging enough. That's not the reason.
Okay, got it. Now let's get back to what we were saying.
No, you understand that that's not the reason why I asked. It's because you genuinely have that type of demeanor as somebody who probably has it. I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, okay, cool. It's okay. Now that we got that straight.
I'm not judging you about it. I'm just saying that if you're not self-aware of it, if you're not self-aware of
that's not for you to determine. Oh shit!
I didn't say it's for me to determine. It was a question.
Sorry, earthquake. Okay,
yeah,
good.
There's plenty of people on here who I've spoken to and in real life, and if they may be struggling to handle their life and reality, and they haven't really come to terms with the fact that they may have their brain may be wired a certain way. And it's not, it's actually from a place of just being like, oh, if you're somebody that is in that bracket, then I'll have my approach to you would change. Do you see what I'm saying?
I don't ask for special treatment.
It's not about special treatment though.
You shouldn't give special treatment to anybody.
No, it's not. It's like if somebody has a disability or.
Well, I'm not asking for it, so why are you trying to convince me that I need it?
No, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm trying to explain, right? That why I was asking the question.
Thank you for the consideration, but I do not need special treatment. But it's funny because when I said earlier that I didn't understand what you were saying because English was like my fourth language, you were a hell of judgy about that.
No,
and you were like, "What do you expect? Special treatment?"
At the time, you were saying, right?
You asked me, "Do you want special treatment?"
At the time, well, let's explain the context of the time, right? At the time, autocorrect. You were saying that autocorrect, right? That I was saying to her, you should give her some grace because she had a debate with them for over 7 hours, more than 7 hours, because then in the next space after that debate, then she was talking with more people. Then Andrew came back in, then I came in, and then she rage quit the space. Right now, you forgot to mention the fact that Rachel had rage quit the debate earlier on. But anyway,
we can get to Rachel afterwards if you want.
You were trying to make the case. You're trying to make the case that we should judge her for that, and that she is all of the good work of her being pretty civilized and mature.
No, I said that her behavior was childish.
All of the good work that she did, basically, you should just completely disregard that and just be like, and just judge her for her rage quitting at the end.
So in your case, that in your mind,
none of that contributes to that. Right?
In your mind, that would make somebody ineligible for special treatment.
And we should ignore.
That's quite ableist.
We should ignore Andrew Wilson's behavior from the beginning, right? Even though he was acting in bad faith and insulting and being rude, pretty much from when he started talking on for the whole time. We should make excuses for him, and we should put harsher judgment on her because even though she
harsher judgment,
yes, right. Even though she was very gracious compared to Andrew,
so
right?
automatically that disqualifies somebody from getting special treatment.
You were making this case that we should have harsh judgment on her for that, and you're basically making the case that we should have our expectations for her is higher than him.
So English fourth language does not.
The context of that.
My God, you spurred nonstop.
Right, and the context of
you
that
never stopped talking.
Yeah, I don't. When I'm trying to get a point out, and you keep interrupting me, and then
I get the point. I get the fucking point. It's still invalid.
You misunderstood something, and I said to you, "It's funny that you're asking me for grace because your English is your second language when you don't have any grace for autocorrect."
Oh, and all of a sudden I deserve grace because potentially I could be autistic? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
As somebody with English as her second language,
Fourth.
I would genuinely, whatever, right?
How many languages do you speak? Not even one.
Josie, none of that is important, okay? The fact is, English is not your first language. That is what we're discussing here.
And when I
okay?
asked you to repeat, you gave me all that shit. And do you want special treatment?
Even though normally somebody whose English is not their first language, I would adjust how they speak to them.
Well, you didn't, and you weren't willing to do that. Let's just get off your fucking high horses over here, okay? You don't give a fuck, and I respect that.
Yeah, and you were saying that she doesn't deserve any grace, even though her...
No, she doesn't. She's a content creator. She does not.
So I was saying to you, well, then in that case, I'm not going to give you any grace, even though normally I would.
Okay,
right?
so
I don't want to do that. I want to treat people... with grace and give them empathy, but that it was...
You're not giving me empathy here.
No, of course not. You don't seem capable of it, my love. At this present time,
I don't think you're capable of it.
No, I absolutely am capable of it.
That's what you think.
And I show it to people all the time. I've shown Sigma.
You mean sympathy?
Even though, I've shown Sigma quite a lot of both. Actually,
of sympathy, not empathy. That's different.
I'm just using Sigma as an example because he was talking earlier.
If you had any empathy, you would actually know that Glenn was coming here in good faith.
Me and Sigma have had some like civil, pleasant conversations, even though I fundamentally disagree with him and think he's solipsistic. Okay, right?
But so you didn't give Glenn that chance, really? Let the man speak. Let the man speak.
I'm trying to explain to you. No, I've let the man speak. We've had endless conversations.
You didn't let him speak. You said like 3 freaking words. Let him speak, please.
I've spoken to that man.
Or you know that he's right and you don't want to be called out? Is that why? You're afraid of getting called out. Are you afraid of getting called out?
Josie.
The truth shall prosper.
When are you going to rage quit so that you're not going to get whatever it is you're looking for on your stream? Okay, you're trying to get some kind of like Hail Mary type of thing that I'm gonna start,
and you're assuming things again.
So you guys can be like, look, our justification.
You have gone through a lot of trauma that you need to heal.
You're not going to get it from me. I've got more stamina than you.
You've gone through so much trauma because you're assuming things, and I pray to God that you realize.
Got a lot of experience, and I also trust my intuition.
No, you're really making you jump to assumptions.
If I'm proved wrong about things, I will like most of the time.
It makes you a very close-minded person. Not being willing to listen to people makes you a very close-minded person.
Listen, Josie, this interaction has been fundamentally deceptive from the beginning. When I asked you,
you're still there.
Recording and you're live streaming. Okay?
You're still here.
So now I'm going to just like other people want to talk, and maybe we change the type of conversation.
Like
and I've got to get out of this room as well, right? I don't know why you're saying thank you because you haven't held yourself accountable for your deception.
I will hold myself accountable. I apologize that I did not mention. I did not know I was supposed to. I was unaware that I was supposed to, but pardon my autism. Sometimes we don't know how to act in society.
You're saying that you're sorry for not admitting.
I'm sorry that your feelings are hurt over it. How about that? I'm sorry your feelings are hurt over this shit. How about that?
Okay. Goodbye, Josie.
Bye-bye. But let Glenn speak, please. He's a good man. Let him speak. I'm not fucking leaving until he's spitting. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to get me out of here. Quote the movie, guys.
What?
I have one thing to correct. On the topic of judging, the correct passage is, "Do not judge, lest you be judged by the same standards." I.e., as an example, and this is a popular one I like to use. Let's say you you've never had any kind of drink before. You've never drunk alcohol. And yet, you have a friend. He drinks. He's an alcoholic. You can judge him if his alcoholism is basically ruining lives, because you're judging him by a standard you're above. So you're trying to raise that person to that standard. It's not just saying, oh, because you're doing OnlyFans, so I'm judging you. No, it's the wrong interpretation, and it drives me insane when people keep butchering God's word like that. You need to read the entire passage in context. Do not judge, lest you be judged by the same standards. So, I know I've heard a lot of Andrew defenders. I've listened to the man talk. He's a douchebag. So I'm going to judge him because he's a douchebag. Because he talks to people like they're trash. That is not Christ-like. So yes, I am going to judge him because I am trying to bring him to a higher standard. Because right now he's on the floor. He's not even table level. He's on the floor. So yes, I will judge him. I will judge everyone defending him. So we're not going to play that game. Don't even try to come at me with that. Like I told them, and I did challenge him to a debate. And you know what? After hearing him speak, I don't even want to talk to the man anymore. He needs to repent, actually turn to Christ, because right now he's turning to Satan. When he turns to Christ and he calms down and he stops acting like a douchebag and he stops treating women like they're garbage, then I will talk to the man. Right now, I got nothing to say to him. He's beneath me. He's Satan. He's under my foot. He's dust. He's nothing. And if you want to defend him, you're nothing. That man, hearing him talk, brought so many emotions up. And now I'm listening to everybody, and I'm listening to the people that defend him, and they act just like him. You're acting like him. Sigma's acting like him. Why? How did this corrupt, fake Satanist posing as a Christian corrupt so many people? But yet they're like, oh, he brought so many people to the church. What church? Church of hell? It ain't Church of God. This man curses. He's losing his mind. He's telling women to shut up, obey me, you slave, you servant, you piece of trash. No. Anyone who calls that man a Christian, you're a Satanist too. All of you. And I'm a man. And I'm calling everybody out. And yes, I'm judging everybody. Because the standard you guys are at is on the floor. You need to raise up. You need to learn respect. You need to learn how to talk. You need to learn when to let someone finish their point. You need to learn how to stop being so emotional. You need to chill out. Read the word of God.
I thought we were supposed to be into our emotions.
I'm not done. If you didn't read the Bible cover to cover, if you didn't sit down with an actual pastor and not some crappy dude on the internet, shut up. You know nothing. Nothing.
Did they ever post the GoFundMe?
What's that for? What GoFundMe?
Yeah.
The GoFundMe to pay for the holes that autocorrect's husband left in the walls when she lost the debate. Did they ever post a GoFundMe?
I need to see pics so it didn't happen.
I think that was a little joke.
Little bit.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah.
We know that didn't happen, and we know
You got a
she didn't
license
lose
for the whole that war?
Sorry, that was funny.
Right away. Hell yeah.
That was out of nowhere.
You got a license for that there GoFundMe?
Gifts and go. Gifts and go.
I don't understand. Why is this Josie still allowed to speak in here? What has she done? What is going on with this app?
Oh yeah. You got a permit for that there question?
Oh, you don't like my British accent?
Let's not make fun of accents here.
Oi, Joe. Oh fuck, I can't do a French one.
I can't even do it.
Gotcha.
What do you want to say? What do you want to say, Tim, though? What do you want to say? Listen, I do not agree with you that that Andrew or Rachel won a debate with autocorrect.
I don't agree with that either. No.
Well, I think that was. I think that was pretty. I mean, there's two ways to look at it. One, she lost. Two, she cheated. Three, she lost even though she cheated.
Sorry. What are you basing this on?
I was there and I listened to it.
Yeah, and yet you think she why? Why do you think that she won?
She won because she made actual points. And keep in mind, most of the debate
No,
wasn't
sorry,
even a
sorry,
debate.
sorry.
Most of the debate was actually.
Sorry,
Hold on. I'm trying to explain.
I'm confused now. Listen. Sorry,
explain.
why do you think she lost? Now you're confusing me. Do you think that autocorrect lost?
Yeah, that's what I was saying before you interrupted me. So I think that she
Okay,
not
so why
only
do you think
lost,
she
but I
lost?
think that. I'm sorry, you keep interrupting me, so I can't. What are you
Go
trying
on,
to say?
go on. Yeah, don't do that, by the way. Stop that. You're
Stop
a
what?
man. Oh, well, stop interrupting me. Let me talk. Just let her.
Stop that.
Just wait.
You better
Why
stop
are
that.
you being rude? You sound like another. You sound like another.
Okay. Let's not do that. I appreciate you calling him out, but let's try and just explain yourself very quickly, please, Tim.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't appreciate the simp. Now, I think that what happened earlier was that Rachel essentially was basically going at her through her moral lens, right? And so I think that, again, I actually tried to explain this to autocorrect, is that you're always going to talk past people if you don't try to understand their worldview. And so what I think happens is that a lot of people who have righteous indignation, they don't even try to understand the opposing worldview that they're arguing against. I think Rachel actually is more well-read when it comes to different philosophical and religious standpoints. And so that's why I think Rachel had a better way of actually arguing. The problem is that, from my perspective, autocorrect basically just talked about her feelings. And even after the debate was over, she basically was crying and crying and crying and trying to be a victim. And that's really not how a debate works. Now, I'm not saying everybody needs to be a blood sport debater.
I don't know what you're talking about. She was not crying about her feelings and trying to play the victim.
I sat through 3 hours of the shit. I'm pretty sure she was.
No, she was not. She was trying to use the Bible and scripture and the teachings
what up,
of
Josie?
her understanding of Christianity. She was not crying about her feelings. She was not trying to use it.
She won't let me on?
She won't let you on?
She was not. She was not. She was trying to use the Bible and scripture. She was using the Bible and the teachings of Christianity to she understands and she was not trying to play the victim.
Try again.
I don't know why she's doing that, because she was very civilized throughout that whole thing. She was not trying to play the victim. Andrew was trying to make her the victim.
Yeah, eventually Andrew wasn't in the he wasn't in the debate.
No, eventually later on in the conversation when she was talking to Andrew, he was trying to make her the victim with the way he was talking to her.
I don't even understand what that means. How do you make someone a victim in a conversation? What does that even mean?
So the way that Andrew talks and the way that he debates and the way that he, insults and stuff, he is trying to get this whole response where she will say, "Oh, you're victimizing me." He does that on purpose.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
and
I think he
Rachel
was
engaged.
pissed off because she was lying about him for
Oh,
fucking
no,
like 5
no,
hours.
Andrew's like that with everybody.
No, he's
We've
not.
already established it. Yes, he is.
I absolutely not. I've watched plenty.
Yes,
And
he
again, I'm
is.
not saying
I've
he's
watched
always
plenty of his
as
stuff.
nice as he could be.
Well,
But
there we go. There we go. No,
I've seen plenty
especially
of
with
debates.
women.
I've seen plenty of
Especially with
debates when he's been
women.
civil. I've seen plenty of debates when he's
Yeah,
been
I've
civil,
seen
especially with
plenty of
young
debates
women.
where he's been civil as well.
I've seen
Okay.
plenty of debates where he's
I've
been
seen
civil with
plenty
young
of
women.
debates where he's been civil as well. And for a while, I watched his stuff and I was like, yeah, this is kind of interesting. But I realized that he was not operating from where he was trying to be in good faith and actually operating from a measured approach where he actually has wants to view the good in people, especially when it comes to women.
Was that an assumption as well?
Anyway,
Or?
so where I'm going to remove you, Josie, if you keep interrupting.
Can you let Glenn speak, please?
No.
Yeah, I'll cede my time to Glenn.
Well, shit. I've been removed from the space. Oh well. Glenn, I'm coming back. She kicked me! Glenn! She kicked me! Oh, we're going back on Glenn's. Hold on. They kicked me! They kicked me! I kicked.
That Andrew was when she engaged with Andrew, he was engaging in a way with her that would try and bring out somebody that wants to say that they're in a claim that she's being victimized.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to be a mind reader. I'm just like I'm going off of what I actually saw. I
Yeah,
actually saw a guy who was pissed off with it.
I sound British.
You sound
What
very
you doing?
British.
I don't sound like that. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not going through a list of his debates.
I mean, can you give at least an
We're not doing
example?
that.
An example. And I don't think
the example is the way. The example is how he engages, the example that I'm going to talk about is the way that he talks about women specifically and the worldview that he holds to, which is what I was talking about earlier on in this
kind of
space.
being broad. I'm asking for a specific
No,
instance.
I'm going. I'll go over it again. Were you here earlier when I was talking about gynocentrism?
Like, can you give me an example of when he?
Were you here earlier when I was talking about the theory of gynocentrism?
Oh yeah, Royal Governor, Viceroy. I can't say I was.
Highlight Kim's comment,
When I
please.
was talking about gynocentrism.
I wasn't there.
Yes
Prince
or no?
of Wales.
You wasn't.
I do say Northern
No.
Ireland's getting a little risky. No, I wasn't.
Okay, well then I can clarify what I'm talking about now for you, all right? And then we can take the conversation from there. So I know that Rachel and Andrew, well, Rachel especially, that Andrew also indicates that he agrees, yeah, that they have had guidance and
Raging Patriot, I
mentorship from this
think
man called Peter
spaces are
Wright,
winning now.
who is the author of gynocentrism.org and the writings about gynocentrism, which has fundamentally influenced the men's rights movement, the manosphere, the red pill, and also significantly overlaps with a lot of the discourse in regards to feminism has destroyed the West as a narrative that pretty much the entire right wing agrees with at this point.
Okay.
And so I find it very interesting that when Andrew is arguing with Protestants and saying, hey, look, I'm Orthodox, I'm coming from an Orthodox position, blah, 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 that his views on women and his approach to how the church views men
For
and
the
women
first time in history, ladies and gents, the
heavily
French
influenced
won over the
by
English.
gynocentrism as a theory. And so if you didn't know what that
You're
is, it
fucking
means
welcome.
women-centered. It means that we put women's interests before everyone else's. And Peter Wright's thesis is that since the medieval period, that our Western culture has become gynocentric above and beyond biological gynocentrism, which is kind of like everybody sort of understands that we may prioritize or at least look after women because they are the limiting factor in production on reproduction.
Yes,
okay?
White Knight, you simp.
He's arguing that it's been socially constructed above that, and that
notice how all of them are like white knighting. None of them actually gave
women,
me money.
and women have
Fuck
been
these bitches.
the sort of
Casper, who are you
somewhat
talking
secret
about?
architects of it. And then he also argues that in our modern era, feminism is an expression of gynocentrism on steroids, and that all of this stuff has curbed our evolution. So we've stopped evolving because of this gynocentrism.
Oh, I can't share it.
And I know that that they have taken on
What's
his
up with all that
ideas. I know that
gynecology?
he has mentored Rachel in this way and given guidance to her on this.
All right, here.
He's also done that with
Andrew's the nice
Josie's
one. Doesn't she know that?
and various other
Rachel's
people
brutal.
around online.
Holy non sequitur. I'm sorry, but I have a degree in social science, but this is like you're fucking me. This has nothing to do with what I asked.
What?
I said this has nothing to do with what I asked. I'm like, okay, I can talk about social science and anthropology and sociology and all that. I have a degree in it, but it has nothing to do with what I asked about debates where he's been, like the way you said.
Getting ear fucked.
She wouldn't give me
so
special treatment for my
explaining to you
retarded
that
English.
This particular viewpoint that he has,
Cannot believe
right,
that.
it filters into his views on women and feminism. It is not, it does not line up with what the Orthodox Church teaches and how you should be viewing men and women. Okay. So first of all, he's being disingenuous. Maybe he doesn't even realize. I don't know for sure.
Matter?
But well, it does matter because that's the viewpoint that he's coming from. He's taken in an ideological position that is fundamentally incorrect in my viewpoint.
Even if he had that worldview, does that necessarily confirm? Does that corroborate what you said earlier? I mean, I argue positions I don't even necessarily have to agree with because debate is a good sport for the mind.
So now are you now trying to suggest that Andrew may be arguing positions that he doesn't agree with?
No, but what I am asking is, again, even if this is what he does believe, what does this have to do with what I actually asked you about the way he actually behaves in debates? Because I've already given you examples.
Right.
So see how she always assumes shit?
Where I'm getting to is the way he behaves in debates, especially when it comes to dealing with women and feminism, when he's misogynistic and he says all the stuff he says. Okay, I am arguing that he has internalized a particular viewpoint of women that makes him view them as kind of like dehumanizes them in a way.
This is babble. This is sociological babble. Even if it was true, even if he was a misogynist, even if it does not have anything to do with his conduct during a debate, you understand? Those are not connected.
It does have everything to do with
it doesn't. I asked you for an example, and you don't have one.
What do you mean I don't
literally
have
have
one?
asked you 5 times now.
You've already admitted in this conversation that he says problematic things.
Said that?
Quite often. You said that maybe a few minutes ago. I'm paraphrasing what you said.
When did I say that? What did I say?
You said, "Oh, he's not always. Sometimes he's
I never
rude,
said
and
he-
sometimes
I never
he's
said-
Chat. Aren't you
Yes, you did.
entertained?
You said that
No, I did not.
Yes,
Absolutely
you
not.
did.
What
Are
I
you
said
not
was that
entertained?
we all have moments where we might not be at our best during debates.
Right. Well,
But that doesn't
I'm
mean I
trying
was
to
even
explain.
conceding. I
You're
was
right.
making
She's
an
not a
argument.
I am not
feminist.
I
judging.
wasn't
She's a
conceding
No,
or
no,
materialist.
I am
anything. I'm
not.
trying to
I
make
am
the
not
argument
judging
that I have
him.
personally
No,
seen
I'm not.
debates.
Tim, I don't know how you're
No,
doing it, bro.
I
Tim,
have
thank you for your
personally seen
service.
him in act in all kinds of
Give an
ways, but I
example.
have seen a pattern of behavior from the very beginning from him in the way that he views women, especially.
Get her, Tim.
Right?
Get her.
And that's what I'm trying to explain to you, that I know that it has been influenced by a particular theory, okay, and that is not consistent with what he's claiming he is coming from, which is orthodoxy.
I mean, that's great that you're a mind reader, but I actually have an example. I've given you
I'm not a
examples.
mind
I know.
reader. I've been observing him for a few years, and I also know this because I am an ex-men's rights activist, and I understand all of their arguments. I understand what the church teaches now. I understand the cultural context
Didn't
and
you
the
lie earlier
narrative
about
that
what the church
everybody is
teaches?
now aligning themselves with. And I'm saying to you that he
You lied about what the
thinks,
church
it seems
teaches.
that
Aren't
he
you lying about
thinks,
other stuff?
no, I haven't lied about what the church teaches
I
at
thought you
all.
were
I
the one
haven't
who was
even
lying
said
about
that
what the
in this
Orthodox teach.
conversation.
Was that someone else?
No, I haven't lied about anything about what the Orthodox Church teaches.
Okay then.
No, I
Tim,
haven't
if you
done
can hear
that.
me, you can tell everyone
Yeah,
you
look,
did
now
lie
you're
about
trying to
Glenn.
mock me because you
like
feel like
Kim's
you're
the
losing
I'm
ground here.
literally a
If you could
comedian. I
actually...
don't care. No, I'm just making fun of this.
Oh,
You're
you
literally
don't care
trying to
about,
redirect
do you
this to
care,
other
if
shit.
you care about, okay, so do you care about truth,
I
Tim?
do care about truth, which is why I asked you specific
All right,
questions.
so
You didn't have answers, so you're
stop
lying or
being
you're deflecting. So who
bipolar
cares
and
about the
saying
truth?
I'm a
Oh,
comedian,
who cares
I
about the
don't
truth?
care, and
Oh,
then
you're
the
trying
next
to
minute
care
saying
about the
you
truth.
do
Oh,
care.
that's
Now you're acting
you
like
go
a
down
kind
there
of
to Liverpool,
bipolar,
and I
right?
was just
Now you're being bipolar because you're losing ground in the conversation. I don't even sound like that. What are you doing?
You gotta do.
I don't sound like that.
Totally does.
I don't sound like that.
She totally fucking does.
No, but seriously, so like you get to the point here where I'm saying that I've observed this man for a long period of time. I've seen his patterns of behavior. I've seen the way that he talks to people on Twitter, the way he engages, and he always acts in bad faith. And the only time that he ever seems to be civilized is because when somebody either agrees with him or he thinks that he's got the kind of like the higher ground on them.
I've seen him act
yeah?
civil to people
So if
who
he's
are
talking to a woman and she kind of acquiesces to him, he's like, oh, thank you very much. But as soon as he starts to get challenged, that's when his bulliness comes out. And the thing is, he's always operating from a place of bad faith in the first place, is what I'm saying.
And I have to
Yeah?
disagree
He is
based on
not
what I've
in
actually
total reaction.
I have to disagree based on what I've actually
Yeah, but you probably agree with him with quite a lot of stuff, and also you're a man.
think I do.
You're gonna get
I'm
treated
not,
in a
I
certain
don't
way.
think I do. I'm not Orthodox. I don't consider
What do you disagree with him about? I'd be interested to know what you disagree with
for
him
one-
about. That would be interesting
For
to
one,
find
I'm
out.
not Orthodox on the theological front. Second, on the political front, I don't necessarily consider myself a Christian
What
nationalist.
are
or-
you?
I mean,
what are you?
but-
Hang on. What position are you coming from?
I'm not coming from any position. Again, like I said, I can argue pretty much anything. I was just jumping in here because I thought it was funny.
He's white knighting me, bitch. Stay mad.
You thought what was funny?
I all of this, the whole night, one, the simping, and second, the girl clutching over
there
nothing.
hasn't been any simping. There hasn't been any simping.
It's
Trust
been
me.
like 10 hours
if I
of simping.
smell,
10
if
hours
I
of
smell
simping. It's been
simping,
10 hours
I
of simping.
usually point. No, there hasn't been hours and hours, of
Hours and hours,
simping.
oceans of simps.
No, there has not been hours and hours
I
of
beg
simps.
to disagree. I beg to differ.
Sticking up for a woman
I'll
is
beg
not
to
to make
differ
you
now.
a simp. Sticking up for someone who happens to be a woman, or the
It has
fact that
nothing to
she's
do
a
with
woman,
it.
even
Rachel's
does
a
not
woman
make you a
too. I know
simp.
you only care about the women who agree with you, but I mean, let's cut the bullshit.
No, actually, I very much think that, like, I've had in the past, I started off having a good rapport with Rachel. Okay, right?
Again, I don't.
So
I don't care, really.
I actually pray that Rachel stops. You know her book, what
Yes.
she's written in her book is
This
just
is an
extremely
example
just.
of-
Right, and I'm just like, oh, somebody's going down a road
Oh, I
that I
don't
just
know,
I
that
wish he
book.
wouldn't
Oh.
stop going down that road. She has
that
got
book. Let me tell you, that book.
intelligence.
Oh, her and
Yeah,
that book.
I don't know what you're trying to do here. I don't know what you're trying to do here.
except complain about shit that's not existent. Like, come on, I gave you an opportunity. I gave you the opportunity. I gave you the opportunity to speak in good faith.
I've just laid out what the problem I have with Andrew and how it expresses itself
you're a
in
fucking
him.
mind reader. But like, look, I'm trying to actually. I'm
No,
giving
I'm
you an
not a
example.
mind reader. I
The
am an
mind
ex-MRA. I understand where these ideas
Yeah,
are.
okay, and that's great. Look, at the end of the day,
you in one moment you say you care about truth and arguing whether we're
how
going to
can
get
you
to
talk about
truth.
truth when you can't
Next
answer a
minute
single
you say
question?
you don't
You can't answer a
care.
single question. How are you going to say you represent truth?
Because
Tim, what is your purpose
you're
I
acting very
represent
bipolar.
truth
for
and
God's
harmony
sake.
and light there, Governor. Oh,
Tim,
you see there, the Winchester.
What is your
Tim, I
purpose
don't
here,
understand
Tim?
what you're trying to do.
What is your purpose here, Tim?
You've lost.
I'm veteran.
Now
and
you're
I'm,
talking.
I'm
Now you're
Simp
talking to a
Supreme.
man. Now you're
I'm
talking to a
Simp
man. So
Supreme.
don't think you're above me. What is your purpose here?
I'm
What is
veteran.
your purpose here? Answer the question.
Your purpose.
Is that all you got?
Is that all you got? All you did was talk
You're
shit
a
to Andrew
pathetic-
when he wasn't there.
You're a pathetic
because you're a
man.
Oh, I
You're
know.
a
Pee-pee
pathetic
poo-poo.
man.
You're a pathetic man. I know. You're pee-pee poo-poo.
All right.
Yeah.
You're pathetic, and
You
you're
better
attacking
leave.
women because you
You
think you
better
have
leave.
an edge over them. But now
better
you're talking
leave.
to a man, and you think
Are
you think
Are you a man?
insults is gonna bother me?
I
Are you
cried
kidding me?
off my
Do I look
eyeliner,
like I'm
I
5 years
swear.
old to you?
I don't know what you look like.
What
I can't
is
see
your
your
purpose
face.
here?
Your profile
What is
picture
your
is shadow.
purpose
Sound like
talking
a gay
to
man.
Natty right now? What is your
Cheeks,
purpose
you need to
talking
be
to
up
Natty
here.
right now?
It'd be fucking
You need
hilarious.
to be in
Shove
here.
that
Answer the
M-word
question.
on my
I just
throat.
answered it,
Pathetic
dipshit.
piece of trash. Answer
I
the
That
know.
was the
question.
opposite
What is
side.
your
Did you
purpose
dumbass?
for
Can you
talking
fucking
to
hear it?
Natty?
Are you deaf? Can you fucking hear it? I answered the question twice now.
Answer it again.
No.
What is your purpose here?
What's your
Oh,
purpose?
you're laughing because you're retarded. So
Oh,
answer
is
the
that what that
question.
means? Wow, I never thought of it like that.
Answer the
Tell
question.
me more, veteran Linus. Go ahead. Linus Kahara.
Answer the question, Tim. Why are you here? Why are you here?
Why are you
Look at
here?
Making animal noises. What are you, stupid?
No, I'm hilarious, but go on.
You're not. you're here as a troll.
You're not hilarious.
You're
though.
here as a troll. I would just.
Well, the British don't
remove-
even believe in free speech, so I don't value their opinions.
Oh,
But go
I
ahead.
love free speech. That's why I'm calling you retarded.
I know, and I can call you that right back. Retard.
Yeah, because
Bro,
you're
that
making
dude's
no
funny.
sense. You're here just attacking women for no reason. And
I
then
don't even
you
know
call
what
me-
I'm attacking you.
And
You're a
then
woman.
you do all this other stuff.
This veteran
Why
Linus
are
guy
you
is
here?
trying to get laid.
What are you trying to prove?
bad.
That
I'm
you're
bored.
the
Get
biggest
some
Andrew
pussy.
Wilson stooge or something?
Dumbasses
So what
like
are you doing
veteran.
right now?
Dumbass.
What are you doing right now, Tim?
I'm making
You're
fun of you,
berating
dumbass.
women.
You know you're being live streamed, right, dumbass?
Yeah, I don't care. I'm an
Okay.
old man. I'm gonna die anyway. Who cares?
Well,
Oh, are you live streaming as well, Tim, or was it just Josie?
I don't even know who Josie is.
Yeah.
No, but
The lady that was in here earlier.
Oh, the
Are you
French
live
one.
streaming as well?
no, I don't do that.
Are you live
I
streaming
ain't
as well?
about that life. Shit.
Oh,
Shit.
are you live streaming as well? Who's live streaming now?
I don't know.
It's like, oh,
Are
I'm
you live streaming?
bored.
This is a
Like,
space, right?
I'm an old man.
No. Josie was live streaming earlier and she didn't tell us about it. She was
Oh, she's
deceptive.
still
and now
live
you're like,
streaming,
oh, we've been
motherfucker.
live
She's a
streaming.
nice.
You
She's
mean
a
in
nice
the
lady. Stop
States?
attacking women.
Boom.
I wouldn't call her a nice lady. I'm sure there's things that we would find common ground on. But
Don't be a
she was
misogynist.
in here with an agenda too. It's fine. We did what
You
we
think
did.
maybe there was a language barrier? I think she said she spoke 4 languages.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that the internalized classism of judging her really demonstrates a problematic angle here.
Yeah, I don't think you believe anything you've just said.
Absolutely not.
so-
No, I do not.
Let's go.
Yeah, there you go. So,
Oh,
what's the point in having a conversation with
there
you? You
literally
might as
was
well
no
just
point.
be-
You weren't going to talk
you
about
might as
anything
well
important
just-
anyway.
You might as well just
Nothing you said is
like
nothing you said was
synchro
important
and
anyway.
disappear and
I know, nothing you said was important anyway.
Dude, I miss being in fucking Twitter spaces. I used to do this shit all the time.
Hello, my ragtime guy. Send me a kiss.
Chief, you should go in there. Go in there. Go in there.
I can't. I'm
All right,
fucking
it's been
banned.
fun, not. Listen, Tim, if you actually want to have
Make
a
a new one.
conversation
Just
that's
make a
not
new
where
one.
you
Not really.
try to hide
Honestly,
behind
you're
a
kind
kind
of
of
dumb.
clown.
And veterans really dumb. Glenn Lawrence is hilarious
what am I
and
dumb
intelligent.
about?
Dude, who
What
is
am
this
I
Tim
dumb
Hale
about?
guy?
You keep-
He is
you
cool as
keep
shit.
So
Yeah,
fucking
he's a
funny.
buddy of mine. I interviewed him. He's one of the Jan 6
You keep
guys.
going between I
Who
don't
is he?
care. I don't
He
care
got
about
booted.
truth. Who cares? I'm bored. And then you make statements saying.
Dude, your Twitter's
Then you
like
make
loud as
statements
fuck,
saying,
so
"Oh,
I
you're
can't hear
funny,"
you.
or this and that. Like, which one is it? I don't. You can't.
I said
you
he's
need.
a buddy of mine. Remember that debate?
Like
Destiny
you were just
did
intentionally
with,
here. I know
Andrew
you're
on
trolling,
Jan
but
6?
it doesn't make any sense. And
Yeah,
I just get it. I get
And,
it. Your whole worldview doesn't make sense.
so,
Maybe
oh,
I
he
don't
got
know.
booted.
It just.
He got booted.
Oh,
Sorry.
what a fuck!
Damn it, that cunt.
He left.
God damn it.
So I was doing the interview
Berto,
for
just
Jan
just
6.
create a new account.
I was doing the interview.
Dude, you don't understand, Josie. I had fucking over 10,000 users and I was getting paid.
Who cares? We
So I
just
was
need
doing,
entertainment. Go on there.
Jigs, I was doing the post show for Andrew's and Destiny's debate on Jan 6, and Tim just happened to be watching it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I was there." I was like, "Shut the fuck up!" And so he came up and we talked about it and shit. And yeah, since we've been following each other on Twitter and stuff. Beating Cheeks. This is Tim Beating Cheeks. He
Tim,
used
you're
to be on
fucking
Twitter,
funny,
but he
dude.
got booted off of
He's
Twitter.
like, I know. You're muted though.
No, we can't hear you.
That's
right?
even
Your mic's
funnier.
muted? Tim, your mic's muted.
I know I'm funny. Thank you so much. I don't like to brag.
Oh,
but
what's
I will.
up, man?
Hey, what's going on there? Beating
Chilling.
Akuma.
Oh, this guy knows who I am. How the fuck do I not know you?
I was the guy who recorded you fucking do that to put in the Discord.
Oh, wait. You have that?
Yeah. When it was like the super chat or whatever, they were like, hey,
Seriously,
look into the
Shelby's
camera and
so
say,
funny.
I am Akuma.
Oh, shit. That's what's up. Can you send that to me?
Akuma.
I have it.
Yeah.
It's on
Real
my
quick, I want to
stream.
give a shout out to the Bear Wolf for the $20 super chat for